Mountain and river diagram. Don't tell me this is the treasure inside. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with great anticipation. Lu Ming strode forward and observed the surroundings. After ensuring that there was no danger, he reached out and grabbed the drawing. What kind of treasure is this? Lu Ming sized it up. It looked very ordinary. Then he opened the painting scroll. The first thing that came into view was a line of words. It was the mountain and river diagram, a treasure of the heavenly abode. At the sight of this line of words, Lu Ming's heart started to beat faster and his breathing became a little rushed. A grotto heaven treasure. It was actually a legendary grotto heaven treasure. Legend had it that an Eden treasure contained an alternate world. In other words, there was a world within the Eden treasure. There were mountains, rivers, wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. It was like a small world, and living beings could enter it to live and cultivate. In the divine wilderness continent, there were only legends of grotto heaven treasures, but no one had ever seen one. Not even the imperial Tao experts had one. Lu Ming quickly opened the scroll. The scroll was more than 2 meters long. A vast picture appeared in front of Lu Ming. The vast mountain range and the mountain peaks that rose into the clouds were endless, as if a real world came into view. At this moment, Lu Ming had an idea and the Book of Destiny appeared before him. A line of words appeared on the Book of Destiny. You've obtained the mountain and river diagram, a grotto heaven treasure. Your luck points have increased by 100,000. Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly again. After obtaining the mountain and river diagram, his luck value had actually increased by 100,000. It was simply terrifying. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had only obtained slightly more than 10,000 points of luck. Then, another line of words appeared on the Book of Destiny. It could only be used after being condensed with blood. He was probably talking about the mountain and river diagram. With a thought, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Lu Ming studied the mountain and river diagram for a while, then forced a few drops of blood from his fingertips and dripped them on the mountain and river diagram. The blood landed on the mountain and river diagram and was immediately absorbed by it, disappearing. Lu Ming then injected his essential core and began to refine the mountain and river diagram. All precious treasures needed to be refined before they could be used. The mountain and river diagram was undoubtedly a treasure among treasures. It was extremely difficult to refine. In the next half a month, Lu Ming was refining the mountain and river diagram. Moreover, Lu Ming had to drip fresh blood every day and use his blood as a medium to carry out the refinement. Half a month later, the mountain and river diagram was suspended above Lu Ming's head, emitting a mysterious glow. Slowly, the glow grew brighter and brighter. In the end, the mountain and river diagram shrank rapidly and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. The mountain and river diagram was finally completely refined, and it flew into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. With a thought, the mountain and river diagram reappeared in his hand. I'll try. Lu Ming could not wait any longer. With another thought, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. In the secret chamber, only the mountain and river diagram was left floating. Lu Ming's body appeared on a mountain peak. Standing on the mountain peak and looking into the distance, what came into view were vast mountains and ancient trees forming forests. The fragrance of flowers assailed the nose and waves of fragrance came from them. Is this the world inside the mountain and river diagram? It's no different from the real world, and the spiritual chi is also very dense. Lu Ming realized that the spirit chi here was very rich. The mountain and river diagram seemed to be absorbing the spirit chi from the outside world into the mountain and river diagram at all times. Let's see how big the boundary of the mountain and river diagram is, he said. Lu Ming rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the sky. Not long after, Lu Ming flew to the end. There was chaos in front of him. He had obviously reached the edge of the mountain and river diagram. Then Lu Ming turned around and flew to the edge of the mountain and river diagram. After that, he made a big circle in the mountain and river diagram. East to west, north to south, it's about 100,000 li. Lu Ming muttered with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This size was naturally incomparable to the vast divine wilderness continent. It was like a grain of sand, but Lu Ming was already extremely happy. Because this world was something he carried with him. Furthermore, it was not small either, slightly larger than the Burning Sun Empire. There was also spiritual energy here, and one could also sense the essence realm of heaven and earth and the law of inscription. Such a treasure was simply a creation of heaven and earth. In the past, the Supreme Divine Hall of the Nine Suns Supreme also contained a space that people could enter. However, it was only so big and the area was very limited. There was no spiritual chi of heaven and earth, nor could one feel the essence realm of heaven and earth or the law of inscription. Compared to the mountain and river diagram, it was many times worse. Treasure, this was a peerless treasure. There were indeed great fortunes and opportunities in the battle of destiny. No wonder so many geniuses were willing to risk their lives to participate in the battle of karmic luck. However, other than plants, there are no other living creatures. There are no demonic beasts, ordinary wild beasts, or any spiritual herbs. I'll have to replenish them slowly. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Let's pick some spirit herbs first. Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand and a large number of spiritual herbs appeared. There were low-level ones and high-level ones. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he planted the spiritual herbs on the nearby mountain peaks. 3 days later, Lu Ming had planted thousands of spiritual herbs on the peaks and mountains. Of course, for a distance of 100,000 miles, 1,000 spiritual herbs was like a drop in the ocean. Forget it, I'll take my time in the future. I've already spent enough time here. I'll go somewhere else. I wonder how the other talisman amulet sect disciples are doing? With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram glowed and entered the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. Lu Ming immediately walked out. There were no obstacles when he went out and he passed through easily. After a while, Lu Ming came out of the place and arrived outside the palace. He continued to walk through the small alley in the palace complex. After that, they entered a few palaces but they didn't gain anything. The palaces were empty. Half a day later, Lu Ming found a few bottles of pills in what looked like a side hall of an alchemy room. The congealing divine pill was a pill that could nurture one's spirit and congeal the spirit fire. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Previously, he had been forced to break through to a 7th-level alchemist due to the circumstances. His mental energy fire's foundation was somewhat unstable, and there were side effects. It would take a long time to recover. However, with the focus pill, he could recover in a short time without any side effects. It seemed that this place was specially designed to test inscription masters. Lu Ming speculated. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting ahead. There were people fighting. Lu Ming dashed forward in a hurry. In front, 2 talisman amulet sect disciples were running away in a panic. Behind them, a youth with dense demonic chi was chasing after them. It was the little demonic lord. He was chasing after 2 talisman amulet sect disciples. You can't escape. The people of the symbol puppet sect deserve to die. The little demonic lord's killing intent burst forth as he strode forward. A black blade light slashed at a talisman amulet sect disciple. The 2 talisman amulet sect disciples took out their puppets and inscription scrolls to block, but it was useless. They were directly split apart by the little demon lord's blade. Poochie! The blade light slashed down, and a talisman amulet sect disciple was cut in half. Little demon lord, Lu Ming Zongzi will not let you off. The other talisman amulet sect disciple shouted. His face was filled with fear as he staggered backward. The great battle against the little demon lord. Buzz! Oh! The little demonic lord's figure moved and chased after the talisman sect disciple. He grabbed with his claw and destroyed all the attacks of the talisman sect disciple. He grabbed the talisman sect disciple's throat and lifted him up high. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, don't let me bump into him. Otherwise, I'll make sure he dies without a burial ground. The little demonic lord's expression was extremely ferocious. He hated Lu Ming to the core. You'd better let him go. Otherwise, I guarantee that you'll be the one to die without a burial place. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming walked out of a small alley. Lu Ming Zongzi. The talisman sect's disciples revealed looks of joy. Lu Ming. The little demon lord spat out the two words word by word coldly, his voice extremely cold. He was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming just as he mentioned him. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and his gaze turned gloomy when he saw the talisman sect disciple who had been killed. Lu Ming, didn't you want to save people? Let's see how you're going to save him. The little demonic lord sneered. He suddenly exerted force in his claws. With a crack, he crushed the talisman sect disciple in his claws to death. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with a violent aura. A cold killing intent burst out and enveloped the little demon lord. Luoli, you will die today. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the little demon lord as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Ming, don't think that you can kill me. I didn't even use my full strength the last time. We don't know who will win yet. A powerful aura burst out of the little demon lord's body, and a black demonic chi rushed into the sky. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming strode forward, the 5 dragon energies in his body erupting at the same time. His body was covered in a thick layer of scales. Kill! The word kill came out like a thunderbolt. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the space trembled. 9 Death's Devil Blade. A pitch-black saber appeared in the little demonic lord's hand, and a sharp saber light burst out. Boom! With a huge boom, the little demon lord's body trembled and he staggered back. How can his strength be so terrifying? The little demon lord's face revealed a trace of shock. In his previous battle with Lu Ming did not burst out with 5 flashes of dragon energy. Die! Lu Ming strode forward and blasted out a violent force. His palm was like an immemorial divine mountain, containing infinite power, and he struck at the little demon lord. I don't believe it. The little demonic lord roared and touched his chest. He let out a low growl. Then the little demonic lord's body began to swell, and bone spikes extended from his arms and shoulders. His aura also increased greatly. Lu Ming, die! The little demonic lord roared and charged at Lu Ming like a demonic creature. With a wave of his hand, the bone spikes pierced through the air, making a sharp whistling sound as they stabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! The vital essence in his body roared and 4 types of intents swirled around. Lu Ming circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique in his palm, and continuously bombarded the little demon lord. The two of them were like a demon and a demon. They kept bombarding each other in a very direct way. The entire area began to shake violently. The surrounding palaces all heard it. There's a huge battle going on. Let's go and take a look. A burly young man was exploring one of the palaces. When he heard the commotion, he rushed towards the source of the sound. There were also others who heard the commotion, but they didn't dare to rush over. This was because the commotion was too shocking, and it exceeded their strength. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged dozens of moves with the little demon lord. Gradually, the little demon lord was at a disadvantage while Lu Ming had the upper hand. Bang! Lu Ming's palm hit the little demon lord's shoulder, breaking the bone spur on his shoulder and creating a huge wound. The little demon lord let out an angry roar. Roar! At this moment a loud roar was heard. A burly young man appeared. His eyes were filled with ferocity and he bared his fangs. Oh, Brother Jean, let's kill Lu Ming together. The little demon lord was overjoyed to see this young man. Good. Just what I want. The burly young man revealed a ferocious smile. In the next moment he transformed into a huge tiger and pounced at Lu Ming. It was the powerful heaven's favorite from the Sky Demon Valley. He had 50% of the bloodline of the divine beast and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming, die! The little demonic lord's eyes revealed a malevolent look. A hideous-looking creature appeared above his head. It was a demonic creature with thick demonic chi, a wide mouth with sharp fangs, and a body full of bone spikes. There were 5 golden chakras shining around the demonic creature. This was the bloodline of the little demonic lord. A 5th-level divine bloodline. The little demonic lord turned into a ray of light and fused into his blood vessels. He had completely transformed into a demonic creature. Demonic chi surged as he charged at Lu Ming. "You're the ones who will die." 9 dragons. Lu Ming shouted. His 9-dragon bloodline appeared and he transformed into 9 dragons, exuding a vast dragon's might. "What is this?" The fierce golden tiger was shocked and felt a little scared. The true dragon was the head of all beasts, and there were not many that could be compared to it. Other divine beasts would instinctively feel reverence when facing a true dragon, let alone 9 dragons. The ferocious golden tiger was shocked. The 9 dragons' claws struck down and sent the ferocious golden tiger flying. Following that, it struck out with its claw again, clashing with the little demon lord's move, causing him to stagger back. Roar! At that moment, the golden tiger roused its spirits and roared loudly, pouncing towards Lu Ming. The bloodline of the 9 dragons. This is the legendary 9 dragons. You've actually awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Hand it over. The golden tiger roared, its eyes filled with greed. The 9 dragons were existences that were of a higher level than the true dragon. If he could take away Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline, even if he could not use it himself, he could offer it to the supreme being of the Flood Dragon tribe. He would definitely be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, the little demonic lord also rushed toward Lu Ming. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. The 9 dragon claws stepped in the air as if they were real dragons, surveying the world and ruling it. A terrifying dragon's might gushed out, and under the 9 claws a vast power erupted. Lu Ming had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 6th step, which was equivalent to the highest level of a high-grade demigod martial technique. However, after transforming into the 9 dragons and performing it, the power was even more terrifying. Boom! Boom! With 2 deafening sounds, the little demonic lord and the golden tiger were sent flying by Lu Ming. A surge of energy gushed out in all directions. However, the palace seemed to be made of some kind of unique material that made it indestructible, and it was unknown whether it was inscribed with a formation or made of some kind of special material. The powerful energy that seemed to be able to pierce through the earth did not leave a single mark on the palace at all. How can he be so strong? The little demon lord cried out in disbelief. He and the golden tiger were both at the 4th-level spirit embryo realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. The 2 of them had joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage. How was this possible? Kill! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and pounced at the little demon lord. Boom! With a swipe of his claw, the little demon lord spat out a large mouthful of blood, and more than a dozen of the hideous bone spikes on his body were broken. Join hands, join hands! The little demonic lord roared and was a little flustered. He was not Lu Ming's match at all. On the other side, the golden tiger was a little frightened, but it still roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming. At this moment, a scroll flew out of the 9 dragons' forehead. It was the mountain and river diagram. Oh! Killing the little demon lord. The mountain and river diagram glowed and expanded rapidly, becoming longer and wrapping around the golden tiger. Oh! The golden tiger roared and struggled with all its might. However, the mountain and river diagram was shining, and it could not break free at all. It's indeed useful. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a usage he thought of at the last minute. The mountain and river diagram was a treasure that contained a world within it. Naturally, it was strong and immortal. If the golden tiger was trapped, it should not be able to break free. As expected, the effect was very good. The golden tiger was trapped. Roly, let's see who else can help you now. The 9 dragons' eyes glowed with a ferocious light as they pounced at the little demon lord, using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Bang! Bang! The little demonic lord was no match for him and kept retreating. The bone spikes on his body were broken, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Go, go! The little demon lord was scared and wanted to escape, but the 9 dragons had completely blocked his way out. How could he escape? Poochie! Then, the little demonic lord screamed as one of his arms was torn off by the 9 dragons. The huge demonic creature's body shrank rapidly and turned back into the little demonic lord. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Die! The huge dragon claw grabbed at the little demon lord. No, Lu Ming, you can't kill me. My brother is demonic lord Luo Tian, 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. If you kill me, my brother will not let you off. The little demonic lord shouted as he resisted with all his might. What a joke. Weren't you very arrogant before? Now that you've lost, you're bringing up your big brother. What a waste. Lu Ming berated coldly, his dragon claws not stopping. Bang! The little demonic lord screamed as a huge wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out, and his aura became even weaker. On the other side, the golden tiger let out a long roar. Its entire body emitted a brilliant golden light, but it was useless. It couldn't break through the mountain and river diagram. Chi. The dragon claw continued to claw down and hit the little demon lord's chest. The little demon lord was sent flying and crashed into the wall of a palace. The palace did not move, but the little demon lord's bones cracked and he fell to the ground, unable to move like a dead fish. Lu Ming transformed into his human form and stepped forward, stepping on the little demon lord's face. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at the little demon lord's heart. No, don't kill me. The little demonic lord was incomparably terrified. His entire body was cold as he felt the approaching death god. He had never been so afraid before. He had been a proud son of heaven since he was young. His brother, Luo Tian, was even more talented and almost invincible. They had been taken in as Di Tian's imperial guards since they were young and were carefully nurtured. He had never been so close to death before and had never been so afraid. It had always been him killing others. When had others been able to kill him? On the list of top 1,000 talents, those who were ranked higher than him had to give him face because his brother was Luo Tian. However, Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely cold. He was not afraid of his big brother at all and wanted to kill him. If I don't kill you, why didn't you consider letting my talisman amulet sect's disciples off when you killed them? Lu Ming sneered and looked down at the little demon lord. The little demonic lord was speechless. In his heart, those talisman sect disciples were all trash. How could they compare to him? But how could he say such thoughts out loud? Lu Ming, my brother Luo Tian is unrivaled and ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His combat strength is far beyond your imagination. No matter how talented you are, you're no match for my brother. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, no one can save you. The little demon lord continued to mention his elder brother, hoping to deter Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped his foot hard and the little demon lord's face hit the ground hard. A few of his teeth fell out and blood flowed out of his mouth. What a joke. No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he's only ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are 9 humans above him, not including the demons. He's invincible? Also, can your big brother compare to Di? Now even Di wants to catch me, but I'm still fine. What do you mean by no one can save me? If your big brother comes, I'll kill him. Lu Ming sneered, his killing intent growing stronger. Lu Ming, stop. Suddenly, a figure appeared in a small alley. It was Brother Litian. Brother Litian, save me, save me. Seeing Brother Litian, the little demonic monarch shouted with all his might. It doesn't matter who you call, just die. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand suddenly stabbed out, piercing the little demon lord's heart. The little demonic lord let out a hysterical scream, his eyes popping out, filled with unwillingness and hatred. Bang! With a shake of the long spear, vital essence exploded, crushing the little demon lord's heart into pieces. The little demon lord died. At the entrance of the alley, Brother Litian's face turned ugly. He turned around and disappeared into the alley in a flash. Brother Litian knew very well that his combat strength was only slightly higher than the young demon lord. He was probably not Lu Ming's match in a fight. He might as well leave. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that Brother Litian had left. He did not pursue him. Instead, he waved his hand and put away the little demonic lord's storage ring. Then he walked towards the golden tiger. "Ah, don't kill me!" The fierce golden tiger cried out in fear and struggled with all its might. Seeing the little demon lord being killed in front of him, he almost peed his pants. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched the golden tiger's head. Bang! The golden tiger was unable to resist and was hit by a heavy punch. It suddenly felt dizzy and felt as if its head was about to be crushed. It saw stars. Whoa, this tiger's head is too hard. It's actually not killed after one punch. Lu Ming was also a little shocked. He was well aware of how terrifying his punch was. However, he was surprised that it did not smash the tiger's head. "No, don't kill me. I admit defeat. I surrender. I'll recognize you as my big brother. Please let me go." The ferocious golden tiger shook its head and actually loudly begged for mercy. It cried out in an extremely miserable manner. "Lu Ming, I'm begging you. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I beg you, please spare me. From now on, you're my big brother. I'll be grateful for your kindness." The golden tiger continued to roar. Lu Ming was a little stunned. This golden tiger was also a weirdo. "Nonsense, I see that you have abundant yang qi. You clearly haven't lost your virginity. Where did you come from, a 3-year-old child?" Lu Ming rolled his eyes and then chided. That's a child I picked up from the barren mountains. Every word is true." The golden tiger's eyes darted around as it continued to spout nonsense. "All right, don't talk nonsense in front of me. You can surrender if you want, but relax your mind. I'm going to carve a formation in your mind. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. I'll have to kill you. You have 50% of the divine beast bloodline. The tiger whip is also a great supplement." As he said that, Lu Ming cast a few glances behind the golden tiger. The golden tiger felt a chill run down its spine and it couldn't help but clench its legs. "Inscribe the formation." The golden tiger was a little hesitant. It was very clear that if the array was really engraved on it, it would really become Lu Ming's slave. However, if he did not agree, Lu Ming would not let him off. Chapter 927 Emperor's Legacy. He possessed half of the divine beast's bloodline and had a bright future. He did not want to die just like that. He felt a chill all over his body, especially when he thought of being killed by Lu Ming and possibly becoming a dish to go with his wine. Oh, as for backbone, he had lived for so long that he didn't know what backbone was. His top priority was to save his life. Therefore, he only thought about it for a moment and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I agree. You carve the formation, and you'll be my big brother from now on." After saying that, his eyes revealed a pitiful look. However, he was big and burly, with a wide mouth and sharp fangs, and a fierce aura filled the air. How did he look pitiful at all? Relax your mind and don't resist at all. With that, Lu Ming began to inscribe the array. The soul-splitting array. Lu Ming had once used this array to control Wang Haoxian. Soon, the formation was formed and entered the golden tiger's head. The soul-splitting formation. With just a thought from me, your soul will be torn apart. At the very least, you'll become an idiot. At the very worst, you'll die on the spot. Do you want to try the effects? Lu Ming kept the mountain and river diagram and looked at the golden tiger. The fierce golden tiger's eyes rolled and said, "No need, no need. You're an expert from the talisman sect and are proficient in the Tao of inscription. I naturally believe you. Big brother, you're my big brother from now on." The golden tiger transformed into a human form. It was a burly young man with strong muscles all over his body. His arms were thicker than Lu Ming's thighs. "Get lost. Who's your big brother?" Lu Ming berated. Okay, not big brother but boss. You are my boss." The golden tiger immediately nodded and bowed. Lu Ming's expression looked better. He said, "What's your name?" "I'm called King Kong. What do you think? Isn't this name powerful?" King Kong's muscles twitched as he spoke. "It's powerful. It's indeed powerful. You'd better transform into your beast form and be my mount for the time being," Lu Ming instructed. "To be your mount? Vajra's eyes widened, revealing a fierce look. Who was he? He was a heaven's favorite of the demon clan who had 50% of the divine beast bloodline. He was high and mighty and worshipped by thousands of demons. Now, Lu Ming actually called him a mount. He was furious. What's wrong? You want to test the power of the god-splitting formation? Lu Ming looked at King Kong with an unfriendly gaze. King Kong immediately gave in and lost his momentum. He grinned and said, "No, why would I? It's this little brother's good fortune to be able to become your mount boss." As he spoke, he transformed into a ferocious golden tiger. It was 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. Its body was covered in shiny golden hair, smooth and silky. Needless to say, this fellow's appearance was not bad. Although King Kong appeared to be honest, he was cursing in his heart. I'll bear with it for now. When the Battle of Providence is over, I'll go out and think of a way to break that formation. I'll definitely cut this kid into 8 pieces to vent my heartache and hatred. Thinking of this, King Kong's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. This guy looks honest on the surface. If I don't teach him a lesson, he might stab me in the back. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly had an idea and exploded the power of soul-splitting. Vajra let out a blood-curdling screech and started rolling on the ground. What's going on? What was going on? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm going to split apart? It hurts. King Kong kept roaring and rolling on the ground. After a while, Lu Ming finally stopped controlling the god-splitting formation. King Kong lay on the ground powerlessly with his tongue out and a look of exhaustion on his face. I'm sorry. I accidentally triggered the soul-splitting array that I engraved in your mind. Are you all right? Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. Oh, big? Was that you just now? King Kong looked at Lu Ming with great hidden bitterness. I'm sorry, I was not careful just now. Speaking of which, was it because you were scolding me in your heart just now that I activated the soul-splitting array? Lu Ming looked at King Kong with a faint smile. King Kong wailed in his heart. He finally knew the power of the soul-splitting formation. This time he was really honest and shouted, Boss, I'm innocent. From now on I'll be loyal to you." "Yes, that's more like it." Lu Ming patted the King Kong's huge head. The King Kong's combat strength was not bad. It would be of help to him if he kept it. "Let's go and take a look at other places." He waved his hand and Lu Ming took the lead. Buzz! They hadn't even taken a few steps when an invisible ripple suddenly came from the depths of the palace. At the same time, the entire group of palaces began to tremble. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh! Oh! Then the fluctuations became more and more intense, and the nearby palaces also trembled more and more violently. "He's inside, let's go over." Lu Ming and King Kong went deep into the palace at top speed. All of a sudden, Lu Ming saw a palace in the distance emitting endless golden light. The vast mental energy formed a mental storm that swept in all directions. An endless majestic aura filled the air. The next moment, a figure appeared from one of the palaces and sat cross-legged above it. The endless golden light was being emitted from this figure. Qi Shui. Lu Ming was shocked to see the figure. It was by Qi Shui. That golden light is so terrifying. It's a golden spirit fire. The spirit fire of an imperial Dao expert. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. He had received Liansong's inheritance, so he could tell at a glance that the spirit fire on by Qi Shui's body was the spirit fire of a 9th-level alchemist, a sovereign warrior. Bai Qixue had received the inheritance of a level 9 alchemist. While Lu Ming was shocked, he was also happy for Bai Qixue. He did not expect Bai Qixue to have such a lucky chance to get the inheritance of a level 9 inheritor. Buzz! Buzz! Golden light filled the air and the palace trembled. Inscriptions appeared on the countless palaces, but then they all collapsed and disappeared. It seemed that Bai Qixue's inheritance had affected those formations. The disciples of the Talisman sect can forget about obtaining the inheritance. With an angry roar, a blood-red sword light slashed towards Bai Qixue. Lu Ming turned pale with fright and leaped into the air. Previously, the palace was filled with inscription formations, and it was difficult to soar into the air. Now that the formations had collapsed, it was no longer a problem. Although Lu Ming was fast, it was too late. However, when the blood-red sword light was about to hit Bai Qixue, another sword light shot out from her body and blocked it. Seventh blood sword, you're looking for death. Lu Ming flew into a rage. He stepped in the air and approached Bai Qixue in an instant. His palm was like a heavenly blade, and he slashed at a young man in a blood-red robe. It was the seventh blood sword, the sovereign of the heavenly corpse sect, who had just attacked Lu Ming. The seventh sanguine sword's eyes narrowed at the sight of Lu Ming. He brandished his sanguine sword, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. A sanguine sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Bang! The blood-red light collapsed. Lu Ming's body trembled as he felt his arm go numb. The seventh blood sword's combat strength was even above the little demon lord's. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, figures flashed through the surrounding palace. There were Talisman Amulet sect disciples and people from the other three factions. Talisman Amulet sect disciples, gather together. Lu Ming shouted. Three-eyed god race's arrival. Take down those Talisman sect disciples. Oh! A blood-robed youth called out. It was Bloodsword 9. Vajra, go and help. Lu Ming shouted. All right, Bloodsword 9, your opponent is me. King Kong roared and pounced at Bloodsword 9. They immediately fought. King Kong, are you crazy? Our opponent is Lu Ming. Bloodsword 9 roared. You dare to fight with my boss? I'll cripple you. King Kong roared and clawed out continuously, covering Bloodsword 9. No matter how Bloodsword 9's sword light flickered, he couldn't break through. Bloodsword 7, Bloodsword 9, and the others were all shocked. The demon race's proud son of heaven Vajra actually called Lu Ming boss and sided with him. What was going on? Die! Lu Ming transformed into the 9 dragons and clawed at Bloodsword 7. The 7th sanguine sword's body flashed with a blood-red light. The blood-red golden light was extremely sharp as it slashed toward Lu Ming. The two of them fought, and the rumbles continued. Figures flickered around him. Lu Ming saw Brother Litian and another demon race prodigy, the man in green. King Kong, what's the meaning of this? The green-robed young man of the demon clan rushed toward King Kong. What do you mean? Get lost. The Vajra roared. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain and river diagram flew out of Lu Ming's glabella and wrapped around the 7th blood sword. The 7th sanguine sword was shocked. He instinctively felt that the painting was very dangerous. He retreated quickly and slashed out sword light to split the mountain and river painting. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies, and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out toward the 7th blood sword, forcing him to retreat. Kill! Lu Ming surrounded himself with the mountain and river diagram to protect his vital points. Then, he launched a violent attack on the 7th sanguine sword, ignoring his defense. The 7th blood sword fought back, but the mountain and river diagram didn't move at all when the sword light hit it. Bang! Bloodsword 7 was shocked and was hit by the 9 dragons' claws. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. He did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed and he rushed to where Bloodsword 9 was and met up with him. Lu Ming stepped into the void and came to King Kong's side. The two sides were in a confrontation. Li Tian's brother stood in the distance and did not make a move. He had seen with his own eyes that Lu Ming had killed the little demon lord and restrained the Vajra. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. King Kong, how dare you betray the demon race and help Lu Ming? Do you want to die? The green-robed demon youth shouted coldly. What are you shouting for? I'm all alone in the demon race. What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to join Lu Ming's side now. What's wrong with that? King Kong opened his mouth and looked at the young man in green with disdain. You! The green-robed youth's face turned ashen. You're looking for death. Lu Ming suddenly roared. Not far away, a paragon of the heavenly corpse sect was about to kill a talisman sect disciple who was flying over. A long spear appeared and instantly crossed the void, killing the paragon of the heavenly corpse sect. Whoever dares to kill the disciples of my talisman amulet sect will die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the audience. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Bloodsword 9 shouted. Oh really? Let's see who will die. Lu Ming strode toward Bloodsword 9. Sanguine Sword 9 launched an explosive attack, but just like Sanguine Sword 7, Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He launched a fierce attack, causing Sanguine Sword 9 to vomit blood. He could only turn around and escape. Bloodsword 7 and Bloodsword 9's expressions were ugly. They did not dare to fight Lu Ming. The green-robed young man from the demon clan was extremely fearful and kept his distance from Lu Ming. If any of you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the entire scene. The supreme talents of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Heavenly Demon Valley stayed far away. They were extremely afraid. No one dared to stop the Talisman Sect's disciples. Very soon, the Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples gathered around Lu Ming. There were 5 to 6 people less than before. It was obvious that these 5 to 6 people had already fallen. This made Lu Ming's eyes turn gloomy. He pondered how to keep all the geniuses from the 3 parties. Buzz. At this moment, Bai Qixue's inheritance seemed to have reached a critical moment. The energy fluctuations from her body were getting stronger and stronger, and the golden light spread far and wide. From a distance, they could see that the surroundings of the palace were originally filled with great arrays. At this time, those great arrays were glowing and collapsing one by one. This place had become an ordinary land, and the formation had disappeared. All around, everyone was watching from afar. The people from the Empyrean Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley were very unwilling and wanted to cause trouble. However, with Lu Ming eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey and the Vajra, they did not dare to make a move. After a while, the energy fluctuation on Bai Qixue's body decreased, and the golden light faded away. When the golden light was gone, Bai Qixue opened her eyes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue seemed to know nothing. She was a little confused. She looked around and then stood up as if she had remembered something. Qixue, how is it? Lu Ming moved and came to Bai Qixue's side. Fortunately, I seem to have obtained the inheritance of a senior. Bai Qixue blinked her eyes and looked a little confused. Lu Ming was speechless. Bai Qixue had obtained the inheritance of a 9th-level alchemist. Did she not know about it? There seems to be a lot of new things in my head that I need to digest, Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming nodded. It was true. It was just like when he first received the legacy from Lian Song. It was impossible to increase his combat strength so quickly. He needed time to understand it. It would be very helpful for his future cultivation. The other disciples of the Talisman Sect all looked at Bai Qixue with envy. With the inheritance of a 9th-level alchemist, Bai Qixue was destined to rise in the future. As for the other 3 forces, their eyes were filled with killing intent. It was not a good thing for the other 3 forces that Bai Qixue had received the inheritance of the emperor. In the future, when she rose to power, she was destined to be on the opposite side of the 3 forces. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent explosion came from the distance. The voice came from outside the palace. The earth rumbled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Even the void was shaking violently. Then powerful auras shot up into the sky like smoke. What's going on? Everyone present was shocked. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the people from the 3 forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, who had stayed outside the formation. Now that the formation had collapsed, there was naturally no one who could stop them. Three-eyed God race. It's the three-eyed God race. After those people flew over, their faces were filled with panic. Everyone else's faces changed as well. They then saw that on the ground and in the air, there were many tall and burly three-eyed gods riding on a huge demonic beast. These demonic beasts were similar to the three-eyed God race. Their bodies were covered in scales and they had 2 long horns like water buffaloes. And NBSP, The three-eyed god race had completely surrounded them. These three-eyed gods have been eyeing this ruin for a long time. They probably want to surround us and kill us. Once the formation collapses, they'll charge out. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. He could sense many powerful auras among the three-eyed god race. Chapter 929 Chaotic Slaughter. Some of the auras were extremely thick and gave off a powerful pressure. Oh! Not only were there 7th-level spirit embryo realm cultivators, but there were even stronger ones. Boom! 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 The three-eyed god's mount trembled as it stomped through the air, carrying with it a heaven-shaking killing intent. Human brat, how dare you use my race as your hunting target? Today I'll bury you here. An NBSP kill. A thunderous voice boomed from the three-eyed god race, causing one's eardrums to buzz. What do we do? Some people were terrified. There were simply too many three-eyed gods, and their experts were as numerous as the clouds. It was impossible for them to charge out. Could it be that they were going to die here today? Brother Litian, Bloodsword 7, Bloodsword 9, and the geniuses of the monster race all had ugly expressions. No way! Don't tell me I'm going to die here today? Vajra looked into the distance with fear in his eyes. Don't resist. Lu Ming looked at by Qixue and the rest. Ah! The Talisman sect disciples looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming waved his hand and the mountain and river diagram flew towards the Talisman amulet sect disciples. Remember, don't resist. With that, the mountain and river diagram glowed and rolled up the Talisman amulet sect's disciples, taking them into the mountain and river diagram. Is this a spatial treasure? King Kong's eyes almost popped out. The others looked at Lu Ming one after another, their eyes filled with greed. Kill! Don't leave a single one. One of the most muscular three-eyed gods waved his hand, and a group of three-eyed gods charged toward Lu Ming's group on their water buffalo-like mounts. There were about 200 people, but each one of them exuded a terrifying aura. The pressure on their bodies was like a tide, surging towards them. Every single one of them was an expert above the spirit embryo realm. What do we do? What do we do? A Heaven's Pride expert of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace shouted in fear. There was no way to retreat because there were three-eyed god race experts everywhere. They were already surrounded, and there were experts no matter where they retreated. Kill! In an instant there were already experts who rushed over. Kill! Brother Litian and the others shouted. They had no choice but to fight. Human brat, die! A burly three-eyed god with a battle axe in his hand and a mount charged toward Lu Ming, swinging his axe down at his head. This was a three-eyed god at the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and his fist was as heavy as a mountain, crushing down on the three-eyed god. The three-eyed god's body was punched through by Lu Ming and he died on the spot. And NBSP, the devouring power erupted, completely devouring the three-eyed god's blood essence. You're looking for death. When the other three-eyed god saw this, he pulled on his mount and charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 3 people, and they were all at the 6th level spirit embryo realm. A long spear, and an iron hammer. 3 types of weapons were thrown at Lu Ming. Boss, let me help you. The Vajra let out a long howl and charged towards a three-eyed god with a spear in his hand. His claw light slashed out and shattered the attack of the other party. The three-eyed god's face changed drastically as a beam of light shot out from his third eye. His mount also roared and charged at King Kong with its sharp horns. These three-eyed gods were not on the same level as the ones that Lu Ming had encountered before. These three-eyed gods were even stronger, and they were clearly the elites of the three-eyed god race. And NBSP. At the same time, the other 2 three-eyed gods also began to charge at the Vajra. Die! Lu Ming took a step forward, and the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst forth, blasting toward the 2 three-eyed god race beings. The 2 three-eyed gods, including their mounts, trembled and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Die! Lu Ming burst out with 5 rays of dragon energy and his strength increased greatly. In a flash he charged at his opponent. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive palm strikes landed on two three-eyed gods, splitting them into pieces. Even their mounts were killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the spear-wielding three-eyed god had also been killed by the Vajra. The commotion they were making had attracted the attention of the other three-eyed gods. A few burly three-eyed gods glared at Lu Ming and King Kong coldly. "You're looking for death. Charge," he said coldly. The three-eyed gods commanded their mounts to charge at Lu Ming and the others. "Then let's kill to our heart's content." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he transformed into the 9 dragons and charged toward the group of three-eyed gods with Vajra. Roar! Devour! The 9 dragons roared, and a terrifying devouring power erupted. Some of the three-eyed god race beings at the first and second level of the spirit embryo realm were unable to control their bodies. They felt their blood essence and power being devoured by the 9 dragons. They screamed in horror as they watched their life force slip away. Even those three-eyed gods above the 3rd level of spirit embryo realm were terrified. Enveloped by the devouring power, their breathing became unstable, and their blood essence seemed to be about to burst out of their bodies. Boom! 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 Following that, they were greeted by Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The terrifying power struck them, and all those below the 5th level spirit embryo realm exploded, their blood essence and energy devoured by the 9 dragons. As for those at the 5th level of spirit embryo realm and above, they also vomited blood and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps combined with the devouring power was simply a large-scale killing weapon. Kill him! Let's work together and kill him! A few of the 6th and 7th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed gods bellowed in rage and charged at Lu Ming. Vajra! You enter the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram danced and wrapped around the Vajra. Vajra's expression changed. He relaxed his body and mind. Suddenly, a force pulled Vajra and put him into the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram immediately surrounded the bodies of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense and charged towards the three-eyed god. The 9 dragon claws kept striking out. 2 three-eyed gods of the 6th level spirit embryo realm were killed in a row. Bang! Bang! All around, the attacks of the three-eyed god race landed on the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram trembled slightly, but it was blocked. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted and charged at a 7th-tier spirit embryo realm three-eyed god. With a claw he pierced through the heart of the three-eyed god. The devouring power continued to erupt, devouring the three-eyed god. Boom! A black iron hammer heavily hit the mountain and river diagram, causing it to fluctuate. The other three-eyed god at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm held a metal hammer and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Earth Essence Realm, die! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with greed. This three-eyed god at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm cultivated the earth concept. Lu Ming had to kill him. Lu Ming pounced on the other party. The other party was frightened and retreated quickly. Die! Human, go to hell! A long spear and a saber struck the mountain and river diagram heavily, causing it to fluctuate violently. Waves of energy passed through the mountain and river diagram and hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he offset this force. It seems that the defense of the mountain and river diagram changes according to my cultivation. My current cultivation is still low, so the defensive ability of the mountain and river diagram is not very high. If the opponent is much stronger than me, I will not be able to resist it. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Chapter 930 Refuge. The 2 three-eyed gods were only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, but they were able to send their power through the mountain and river diagram to hit Lu Ming. Of course, it had been greatly weakened by the mountain and river diagram, and could not cause any harm to Lu Ming. However, if it was someone stronger such as the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, it might cause harm to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He ignored the attacks of the 2 8th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed gods, and focused on the 7th level spirit embryo realm three-eyed god. The 9 dragon claws were all using the prison-suppressing heavenly art as they charged at each other. Bang! The other party used his huge iron hammer to block, but it was useless. The huge iron hammer was sent flying by Lu Ming. The dragon claw grabbed the other party's body. The other party roared and flew 100 meters away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he did not die. The Earth Essence Realm's defensive power is indeed powerful. However, he still has to die. The dragon's claws stepped in the air, and with a twist of its body, it appeared in front of the opponent in an instant, clawing out again. Poochie! The claw pierced through his opponent and killed him. Lu Ming devoured all his blood essence and energy. While Lu Ming was killing, screams could be heard from other directions. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley were all killed on the spot. Some of them were peerless geniuses in the outside world. There were even god-level geniuses, but their lives were like grass and they were killed mercilessly. Lu Ming saw Blood Sword 9's blood-colored sword light crisscrossing and his entire body suffused with blood chi. He had killed a 3-eyed god at the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, but his head had been chopped off by an expert at the 8th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. The 63rd on the list of top 1,000 talents had fallen. Go retreat. Go to those palaces. Brother Litian and the 7th Sanguine Swordsman roared and rushed out of the encirclement, rushing toward the palace. And NBSP, there were many wondrous things within those palaces that might be able to stop the 3-eyed god race. Whoosh! At this moment, a saber cut through the void and slashed at the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram shook violently, and a powerful force poured into the bodies of the 9 dragons. It even cut open the scales of the 9 dragons and left a wound. 9th level Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming was shocked. One of them was at least 6 meters tall and was riding a huge mount. He held a saber in his hand and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Kill! He roared and his saber cut through the void, slashing at Lu Ming again. Boom! The mountain and river diagram shook violently. A terrifying saber chi passed through the mountain and river diagram and cut the bodies of the 9 dragons, leaving another wound. The 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm is too strong. Even the mountain and river diagram can't block it. Retreat first. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In the Spirit Embryo Realm, the gap between each stage was extremely huge. Only a rare person like him who cultivated a god-grade technique, had 2 god-grade bloodlines, and had extremely powerful bloodline martial techniques could cross 5 stages and kill an opponent. However, Lu Ming was helpless against an 8th level Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator, while a 9th level Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator could easily kill him. Let's go. Lu Ming moved and dashed toward the palaces. The palace he had chosen was the one he had obtained the mountain and river diagram from. The strength of the puppets in the palace would change according to their cultivation level. Lu Ming believed that the 3-eyed god would not be able to charge in. Stop him! The 3-eyed god expert at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm let out an angry roar. A few 3-eyed gods at the 8th tier of the Spirit Embryo Realm kept on attacking Lu Ming, but they were all blocked by the mountain and river diagram. Get lost! Lu Ming charged forward with all his might, breaking through the obstacles and rushing into the palace. He then transformed into his human form and rushed forward. In front of him 2 puppets appeared. They glanced at Lu Ming with cold eyes and then stepped aside. He seemed to have recognized Lu Ming and did not stop him. Lu Ming was overjoyed and rushed over. Behind them the other 3-eyed gods rushed forward, but the puppets moved. They turned into terrifying attacks and charged towards the 3-eyed gods. Lu Ming heard a blood-curdling scream. It seemed like one of the 3-eyed gods had been killed. As expected, the puppets here would adjust their strength according to the cultivation level of the people who entered. Lu Ming walked into the secret room below. Just like the last time, puppets appeared, but they gave way to Lu Ming after a quick glance. Lu Ming arrived at the passageway without any obstacles. The puppets on both sides of the passage only glanced at Lu Ming and stood there without moving. Lu Ming's path was smooth, and he arrived at the secret chamber where he had obtained the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. This place should be safe. Let's refine the energy first. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began refining. This time he had devoured quite a lot of energy and was constantly being refined. I've made a breakthrough in the Earth concept. It's now at the peak of the second level. Lu Ming had an idea. At the same time, the energy was constantly being refined and transformed into true essence, which poured into the spirit embryo. In his dantian, his spirit embryo was beating as if it was nurturing a life. As true essence poured in and was continuously condensed, the spirit embryo's size was also slowly shrinking. A day later, the aura on Lu Ming's body surged. Third-level spirit embryo realm. After refining this energy, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the third level of the spirit embryo realm. The energy I devoured this time is just enough for me to break through to the third level of the spirit embryo realm. Inside, there are 2 three-eyed gods at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, 5 to 6 at the 6th level, and dozens of 5th-level spirit embryo realm and below. That's just enough for me to break through to the third level of the spirit embryo realm. The energy I need is so much. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If he didn't devour a third-eye god of the 7th-level spirit embryo realm, he wouldn't be able to break through. Of the 4 intents, the earth intent has reached the peak of the second level beginning, while the thunder and wind intents are still at the peak of the second level beginning. However, the wind intent has broken through and reached the lower tier of the second level. Most of the three-eyed gods I just killed cultivated the wind intent. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons hasn't been upgraded. The amount of blood essence required is even more terrifying. Let's go into the mountain and river diagram first to take a look at Qi Shui and the others. After that, I'll stabilize my foundation here, condense my true energy and will, and then break out of here. His cultivation had increased by 1 level, and he was now at the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. With the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming was confident that he could break out of the encirclement and escape. With a single thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he entered the mountain and river diagram, he saw Bai Qixue and the other talisman amulet sect disciples flying around in the vast land. After a long time, some people finally noticed Lu Ming and gathered around him. Zongzi! Lu Ming Zongzi! The talisman sect disciples saluted Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming with envy, shock, and gratitude. They were envious of a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. However, Lu Ming had saved them time and time again. They were extremely grateful to him. Lu Ming, this must be a grotto heaven treasure. I didn't expect that there would be such a wondrous treasure in the world. Bai Qixue also flew over and looked at Lu Ming with shock in her eyes. This was simply a world of its own. Who wouldn't be shocked? Boss, you're amazing. You even have such a treasure. King Kong stepped on the void and rushed over. He looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Looking at Vajra's appearance, the talisman sect disciples admired Lu Ming even more. He could even subdue the demon race's prodigy. 3 months. All of you can stay here and cultivate for the time being. We're currently being surrounded by the 3-eyed god race. I'll hide in a palace and charge out after a while. Oh, Lu Ming said. Zongzi, you have to be careful. A talisman sect disciple asked worriedly. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled and then looked at Bai Qixue. Let's go to the side. Then he walked to the side followed by Bai Qixue. The others were tactful and did not disturb him, each finding a place to cultivate. Qi Shui, you must have obtained the inheritance of the emperor, right? Lu Ming asked. Yes, that's right. It's a pity that there are still many things that I can't see. My current cultivation is still too low, Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. For example, when he obtained the legacy of Liansong had set a seal for him. On the path of cultivation, one could not aim too high. One had to take it one step at a time and walk up step by step to reach the peak. If one saw too many things at once, one would be confused and lose one's direction. Qi Shui, how much luck did you get? Lu Ming was somewhat curious. How many points of luck could one gain from an emperor's legacy? 50,000. Bai Qixue blinked her eyes and said. Although she was trying her best to hold it in, she could still see the excitement in her eyes. 50,000. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He did not think that Bai Qixue had gained too much but too little. When he had obtained the mountain and river diagram, he had obtained 100,000 fate points. In that case, the value of the mountain and river diagram was even more valuable than the inheritance of an emperor. Lu Ming, how many points of luck have you obtained? Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming curiously. She was eager to try and surpass him. A few 100,000. Lu Ming said casually. 10. 100,000? Bai Qixue was tongue-tied and finally she felt dejected. Lu Ming secretly laughed. This little girl wanted to compete with him. All right, you've obtained the emperor's inheritance. Cultivate well. I'm going out. With that, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. He returned to the secret chamber and put away the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly, stabilizing his foundation. Time flew by and half a month passed. At this moment Lu Ming was ready to go out. Now that his cultivation had advanced to the third level of the spirit embryo realm, he was confident that with the mountain and river diagram protecting him, even a 9th-level spirit embryo realm expert wouldn't be able to hurt him. Lu Ming came out of the palace and flew above one of the palaces to look outside. Outside it was completely empty. Not a single three-eyed god could be seen. The three-eyed god race had all left. Lu Ming guessed that there were many people participating in the War of Providence. Seeing that they could not find them, the three-eyed god race left to hunt down the others. I don't know if Brother Litian and the 7th Sanguine Swordsman were killed or if they managed to escape. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then he rose into the air and flew into the distance. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they still didn't encounter any three-eyed gods. At this moment, Lu Ming found a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He told the Talisman Amulet sect disciples that he was out of danger and asked if they wanted to go out. Everyone naturally wanted to go out. The purpose of participating in the Battle of Providence was to find opportunities. If they were to hide here, they might as well not have participated in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming moved everyone out of the mountain and river diagram. How about this? During this period of time, let's move together and search for opportunities. After that, we will gather even more symbol puppet sect disciples. What do you think? Lu Ming suggested. Is Lu Ming Zongzi coming with us? That's great. The Talisman sect disciples were overjoyed. They had already witnessed how powerful Lu Ming was. With Lu Ming, their chances of obtaining opportunities would be higher, and the chances of encountering danger would be lower. Lu Ming nodded. This was not due to his sudden kindness. He did this for 2 reasons. First, he had to win the hearts of the people. These young geniuses would definitely be the pillars of the Talisman Amulet sect in the future. If he wanted to control the Talisman Amulet sect in the future, it would be very important to gain the support of these geniuses. If he did them a favor now, they would naturally be loyal to him in the future. Secondly, the more fate energy the Talisman Amulet sect obtained, the more beneficial it would be to the entire sect. Naturally, it would be beneficial to Lu Ming as well. Why would he not do it? Alright, we'll look for opportunities while you guys contact the Talisman sect disciples nearby. Lu Ming said. In this world, the transmission distance of a Jade Voice transmission talisman was greatly suppressed. The transmission distance was less than 1/10 or even 1/100th of the outside world. Even a high-level Jade Voice transmission talisman could only contact people within a radius of 100,000 miles. With everything planned out, everyone began to move. Following that, Lu Ming led the group to search for some strange places to explore while contacting other members of the Talisman sect. As time passed, more and more Talisman Amulet sect disciples gathered. Everyone's respect and gratitude for Lu Ming grew. Lu Ming's ability was recognized by everyone. During this period they explored several strange places and obtained quite a few opportunities. They also encountered some dangers, such as the pursuit of the three-eyed god race. However, under Lu Ming's lead, they managed to overcome them one by one. Lu Ming naturally won the hearts of the people. As time passed, Lu Ming understood more about this world. During this period of time, he captured a few three-eyed gods alive and obtained a lot of information from them. This world was very vast. The three-eyed god race's royal city was located in the center of this world. Within the three-eyed god race's capital, there were many powerful experts. With the royal city as the center, it was divided into 4 major areas. Lu Ming and the rest had been active in the eastern area. There must be even more heaven's favorites in the other 3 directions. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence had begun. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain. His body glowed and a dragon's roar could be heard. All of a sudden Lu Ming's aura surged. However, in the next moment his aura was concealed again. Lu Ming opened his eyes. 4th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming smiled faintly. In the past few months, he hadn't killed many three-eyed gods. Most of them were cultivated by himself, and he had made great progress. The 4 intents had all entered the lower tier of the 3rd level. Today, his cultivation had also broken through to the 4th level spirit embryo realm, and his foundation was extremely stable. At the spirit embryo realm, it was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough. In the outside world, even geniuses would find it difficult to break through a level without a few years. As for some of the more ordinary spirit embryo experts, it was normal for them to spend decades or even centuries to break through one tier. It was already very fast for Lu Ming to be able to break through one level within 3 months by relying on his own hard work. And NBSP. This was also due to the excellent cultivation environment and the fact that he had devoured a few three-eyed gods. Other people might not have such a speed. Moreover, the higher one went, the slower one's cultivation would be. Not far away, some talisman amulet sect disciples were cultivating, while others were patrolling the area. In 3 months, they had already gathered more than 60 talisman amulet sect disciples. Rescue meeting an acquaintance. In the distance, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A figure was rapidly approaching. Oh! Soon the figure stopped not far away. It was Ji Mai, the 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Zongzi. Seeing that Lu Ming had ended his cultivation, Ji Mai flew over. Ji Mai had also joined Lu Ming's team recently. At this time, Ji Mai looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. In fact, when Ji Mai first entered the observatory, his mental energy fire had already broken through to the 7th level. During this period of time, he had made more progress and initially thought that he had finally surpassed Lu Ming. However, during this period of time, he realized that the gap between him and Lu Ming was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply unfathomable. After learning from the other talisman sect disciples that Lu Ming could even kill the little demonic lord and could even tame the demon race's heavenly child Vajra, who was no weaker than the little demonic lord, he immediately dispelled the thought of competing with Lu Ming and was full of admiration for him. Ji Mai, did you find anything? Lu Ming smiled, stood up and asked. Zongzi, I've indeed discovered something. Ji Mai's expression was serious. What is it? Lu Ming asked. There's a possibility that there are chosen from our talisman amulet sect more than 300,000 kilometers away, but they're trapped in one place. Ji Mai said. Immediately, Ji Mai began to explain in detail. It turned out that he had been observing the situation within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. He had heard the sound of a battle outside a valley. He looked from afar and found that inscriptions were shining in the valley and flames were soaring into the sky. Someone was fighting. However, the aura was extremely powerful, far stronger than Ji Mai's. Ji Mai knew very well that there must be a heaven's favorite who was far stronger than him. If he attacked, he would only die. So, he hurried back to report to Lu Ming. His aura far surpassed Ji Mai's. He was definitely in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents or even higher. The person from the talisman sect who was trapped was definitely no small matter. If Lu Ming's guess was right, there should be a paragon of the talisman amulet sect in the valley who had set up an array to resist the attacks of others. Ji Mai, lead the way. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. As for the talisman amulet sect disciples, they didn't have to worry about them. They had already set up a dense array in the vicinity. The advantage of the talisman sect's disciples was that as long as they had the time, they could inscribe a powerful array formation, and defense was not a problem at all. Jimai nodded and flew away with Lu Ming. The two of them flew at top speed without stopping. It did not take long for them to arrive at the place Jimai mentioned. Boom! A purple flame shot up into the sky and covered half of the sky. At the same time, runes and arrays glowed, forming a light shield to block the attack of the flame. Purple heavenly fire. It's the Wang family. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He was all too familiar with the extreme purple heavenly fire. Wen Jisher, do you think that hiding in there will be of any use? Sooner or later, I'll break through your formation, and you won't be able to escape. A cold voice rang out. It's senior brother Wen Qini. Jimai's expression changed. Wen Zongshi was one of the 13 candidates from the talisman sect. He was also very famous among the 13 candidates. He was ranked 52nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, only one rank lower than brother Li Tian. But now Wen Zhongyi was clearly in trouble. Wang Chun, I didn't offend you, and you're already trying to kill me. A voice came from the valley. Didn't you hear what my Wang clan supreme martial artist said before we entered the battle of karmic luck? Kill anyone you see from the talisman amulet sect. You talisman amulet sect are really bold. Lu Ming is wanted by His Majesty, Martial Emperor Di, and you dare to take him in. You're courting death. Who can you blame? The voice from before rang out. Haha, what a joke. I heard that the supreme martial artist of the Wang family was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. A dignified supreme martial artist almost died at the hands of a young man. No wonder he flew into a rage out of humiliation and took his anger out on our talisman amulet sect. In the valley, when Zhongtu's voice rang out. You're looking for death. Accompanied by an angry roar, the light of the top-grade purple heavenly fire brightened. The light shield formed by the formation trembled continuously and was on the verge of collapse. Wang Chun, ranked 43rd on the list of top 1,000 talents? There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Wang Chun ranked 43rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. No wonder Wen Jisher was trapped here. Let's go. Lu Ming strode toward the valley. In a few breaths they were close to the valley. From afar, he could see more than a dozen figures standing in the sky above the valley. There were both men and women, and at the very front, there was a purple-robed young man. His entire body was covered in monstrous flames, and he was constantly launching attacks at the bottom of the valley. This person must be Wang Chun. There were 3 young people in the valley, 2 men and 1 woman. A scholarly-looking man stood in front of Wang Chun, waving his hands continuously. Purple mental energy flames danced and formed an array to resist Wang Chun. Behind this person, there was another man and woman sitting cross-legged, their faces pale. They were obviously injured. Mengjia. Lu Ming recognized the woman. She was Mengjia, whom he had met during the competition. As for the young man, Lu Ming remembered him as well. He was Gong Fei, one of the 13 Zongzi candidates of the Talisman sect, ranked 77th on the list of top 1,000 talents. The one who was fighting with Wang Chun was, without a doubt, Wen Jisher. Who is it? As soon as Lu Ming and Jimai approached, those people heard the commotion and turned around to look at them. It's him. Lu Ming. When these people saw Lu Ming, they cried out in surprise. At the same time, their eyes were filled with a shocking killing intent. What? Lu Ming ignored the others and landed his gaze on 2 of them. A man and a woman. The woman was Wang Haoxian. She was still wearing a ring around her neck, and her face looked haggard. The aura on her body was weak. After so long, he was still at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Logically speaking, with Wang Haoxian's talent, he should have been able to reach the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm at the very least, or even higher. It was obvious that she was being controlled, and it was difficult for her to improve her cultivation. When she saw Lu Ming, her eyes lit up. As for the other young man, he was wearing a starry robe. He was actually from the Holy Star. After the battle on the sacred constellation and Mulan's wedding day, the sacred constellation had disappeared. He never thought that he would see it here. Lu Ming, it's you. Kill him, Saint Constellation said in a cold voice. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. His grandfather, Shangguan Zhongyuan, had been smashed to death by Lu Ming's divine nine-dragon cauldron in the Battle of Nine Dragons. He was a spiritual god realm powerhouse, but he had died just like that. With Shangguan Zhongyuan's death, the status of Shangguan Wuchan, Shangguan Wuling, and even the sacred constellation had plummeted in the Shangguan clan. If it were not for the fact that he had awakened the divine bloodline, he would have been in an even worse state. Therefore, when the new and old grudges were added up, one could imagine how much he hated Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Jimai, what are you guys doing here? Hurry up and leave. In the valley, when Zhongli also saw Lu Ming and Jimai and immediately shouted. Lu Ming and Jimai were no match for Wang Chan and the others. Furthermore, there were even more terrifying heaven's favorites here. I'll give you 3 chances. Ha ha ha, we've searched high and low for you, but you found it without any effort. Lu Ming, you've delivered yourself to our door. That's great. It saves us the trouble of looking for you. Oh. Wang Chun stopped and let out a wild laugh. Stop them, don't let them escape. You're courting death. Shang Xingchen shouted and dashed toward Lu Ming, and Jimai with a few other young men. Jimai's eyes were filled with solemnness. However, he held back his words when he saw Lu Ming's calm expression. In the next moment, a few young men, including the sacred constellation, surrounded Lu Ming. In front of them, Wang Haoxian looked worried. Lu Ming, at least you know your place. You know that you can't run away, so you didn't. However, even if you stay and beg for mercy, you'll still die today. Shang Xingchen's eyes flickered with killing intent. At the same time, he looked confident. If he was not afraid of Jimai, he would have already attacked. Idiot! Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at the sacred constellation. He could see the cultivation of holy constellation with a single glance. Peak of the first-level spirit embryo realm. The cultivation of the sacred constellation had actually soared to this level. He must have obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to rise to this level. Back then, he had only been ranked at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents on the Holy Star. Now, he had actually made it to this level. No wonder he was so confident. With this cultivation, he could already make it into the top 200. What did you say? Bastard, what did you say? The holy constellation was furious that Lu Ming had called him an idiot in such a contemptuous manner. Now that his cultivation level had improved greatly, he was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. A loser who thinks he can be so arrogant in front of me just because he has some cultivation. If he isn't an idiot, what is he? Lu Ming swept a glance at the sacred constellation, and then looked away to the front. Wang Chun held Wang Haoxian's shoulder and walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I can't help but be impressed by your abilities. Even the prodigy of the Wang family has fallen to your enigma. You're so close to me despite our grudges. You're really a bitch. Today, I'll kill you with my own hands in front of this bitch and make her despair. Wang Chun stared at Wang Haoxian coldly. You'd better let her go. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Ha ha, your heart hurts. Then I'll make your heart hurt even more. Pa! As he spoke, Wang Chun slapped Wang Haoxian across the face. A handprint appeared on Wang Haoxian's face and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wang Haoxian glared at Wang Chun. Bitch, keep staring and I'll dig out your eyes. Wang Chun shouted coldly. Wang Haoxian, don't worry. I will make you pay for this slap. Lu Ming's expression calmed down, but his voice was very cold. Young Master Wang Chun, there's no need for you to kill this bastard. Let me do it. I have a grudge against Lu Ming. I'll kill him with my own hands today. Shang Xingchen said. There's no need to kill him. Just cripple his cultivation first. I want him to beg for death. Wang Chun said coldly. Good. Just what I want. After saying that, Shang Xingchen strode out. Starlight emanated from his body, and 7 stars appeared above his head. The 3 golden chakras of the Big Dipper bloodline were shining. The sacred constellation had successfully awakened the 7 stars of the Big Dipper bloodline, reaching the 3rd level of the divine level. No wonder he was so confident. Lu Ming, I know that you've awakened a 2nd level divine level blood meridian. I can crush you now. Shang Xingchen's eyes were bright and full of confidence. Back in 9 Dragons, the blood meridian that Lu Ming had displayed was a 2nd level divine blood meridian. Nonsense. Hurry up and attack. I'll give you 3 chances to attack. Try your best. This is the last chance I'm giving you. You won't have a chance to attack in the future. Lu Ming berated coldly. You're talking big die. The Saint constellation was boiling with starlight, and it condensed into a starry long sword. It exuded a terrifying aura and stabbed toward Lu Ming's dantian. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation in one move. Whoosh! The starry longsword cut through the void like a shooting star streaking across the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, Lu Ming stood still, as if he did not see the sword gleam. He did not even release his protective essential core. You're acting. I'll see how you die if you're acting in front of me. Shang Xingchen's eyes were cold. His vital essence burst out, and the speed of the long sword increased. Just as the long sword was about to hit Lu Ming, he moved and swung his palm. Bang! When the palm hit the star's sword crumbled like tofu. Shang Xingchen was so scared that his eyes almost popped out. He exploded with all his power to stop his body from moving forward and retreated backward. After retreating 1,000 meters, Holy Star finally stopped. Then, his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not because he was injured by Lu Ming. He had originally continued to charge forward, but he had forcefully stopped his body and retreated. This reversal was too great. Under the surge of his essential core, he had suffered internal injuries. Damn it! Holy Constellation roared in his heart, and his ashamed face turned green and red. Lu Ming had not even made a move and he had already injured himself. It was really embarrassing. However, Lu Ming's slap just now was truly shocking. It had actually destroyed his sword gleam so easily. He had retreated in shock. What an idiot. First move, 2 more moves, treasure the opportunity. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his smile was full of contempt. Die. Lu Ming, go to hell. 7-star heart-killing sword. The Saint Starlight roared and its eyes turned red. The Big Dipper glowed in the endless void. It seemed to have turned into a sword light, falling from the sky and slashing at Lu Ming. This strike was extremely terrifying. It was several times stronger than the previous one. On the side, the other young men had grave expressions on their faces. The battle prowess of the sacred constellation had made them serious. In an instant, the sword light landed on Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming did the same as before and slapped him. With a bang, the sword light shattered. It was no different from the last time. At the scene, the others were stunned. It was beyond the expectations of many people that Lu Ming could defeat the attack of the Holy Constellation so easily. Lu Ming's combat strength is not weak, Wang Chun said, but his tone was still relaxed. That was because the sacred constellation was no different from an ant in his eyes. Even if Lu Ming was stronger than the sacred constellation, he was just a slightly stronger ant. He did not take it to heart. Although Lu Ming's combat strength isn't weak, compared to a prodigy like Wang Chun, there's still a huge gap. It's dangerous for him to stay here. In the valley, Gong Fei and Meng Jia had already finished recuperating and were looking outside with worried looks. Lu Ming looks very calm. He knows that Wang Chun is here, but he still dares to stay. He must be confident. We'll see how things go. If things don't look right, we'll charge out together. When Lezhang said, "There's still one more move. Holy Star, is this all you've got? What a disappointment." Lu Ming smiled faintly. How is that possible? How is that possible? Holy Constellation roared in disbelief in his heart. Chapter 934, Ruined Sacred Star. Back in the Tianxian region on his wedding day with Mulan, he was defeated by Lu Ming. He swore that one day, he would return the favor tenfold. He would defeat Lu Ming. For this reason, he cultivated with great effort. With the help of the Shangguan family, he made rapid progress. At that time, he also heard the news that Lu Ming had entered 9 dragons and even beat up his mother. At that time he wanted to seek revenge on Lu Ming. However, later on, there was news that Shangguan Jinjue, the pride of the Shangguan family, had been killed. Later on, there were more and more news of Lu Ming fighting against other pride of the Shangguan family. It was obvious that Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed his. This made him jealous and mad. It made him cultivate even more desperately. He wanted to awaken the divine bloodline and suppress Lu Ming. However, before he could awaken his divine bloodline, Lu Ming had overpowered everyone at the social gathering, and even defeated the prince of the ancient dynasty in the central continent. Later on, it even directly triggered the war in 9 dragons. In that battle, not only was his grandfather, Shangguan Zhongyuan, killed, but even the supreme being of the Wang family was almost killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming even managed to escape from 9 dragons. After that battle, Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. However, the sacred constellation was not discouraged. He believed that Lu Ming had only relied on the divine 9-dragon cauldron in that battle. He did not know what method Lu Ming had used to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Even without the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he could still defeat Lu Ming. Later on, he had successfully awakened a 3rd-level divine bloodline, greatly increasing his confidence. During the Battle of Providence, he had obtained a great opportunity, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. He was even more confident and felt that he could easily crush Lu Ming. However, everything that had happened just now, including Lu Ming's 2 simple moves, had completely crushed his confidence. It turned out that in front of Lu Ming, he was so small and vulnerable. No, I must kill him. I will. Saint Constellation's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately performed the bloodline fusion, and transformed into a 7-star bloodline. He burst out with absolute power and charged toward Lu Ming. If he did not kill Lu Ming, he would not be at ease. His heart of martial arts would collapse, and it would be difficult for him to make any progress in his martial arts cultivation. The vast starlight pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it. He directly punched the starlight. Boom! The starlight trembled, and a scream came from within. Then, the starlight collapsed and transformed back into the shape of the holy star. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a pool of mud. He lay there in despair. His aura was low and there was no fluctuation of true essence at all. Lu Ming's punch just now had already destroyed his spirit embryo, and crippled his cultivation. I've said that those 3 moves are your last chance to attack. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the sacred constellation, and no longer looked at him. On the side, the other young men retreated in shock. They were also prodigies, but their battle prowess couldn't compare to the sacred constellation, so they were naturally shocked. Wang Chun, it's your turn. Lu Ming shifted his gaze to Wang Chun. You think you can fight me just because you defeated a piece of trash? What a joke. Fine. I'll let you see how big the gap between you and me is. Wang Chun laughed contemptuously as he slowly took a step forward. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Boom! 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 The top-grade purple heavenly fire on Wang Chun's body shot up into the sky. It was as if half of the sky had been dyed with a layer of purple light. The flames roared, and Wang Chun's eyes turned cold. 5th-level spirit embryo realm. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint cold smile. The 5th level of the spirit embryo realm was only 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. Wang Haoxian, watch how I cripple him. After I cripple him, I'll cripple your cultivation and sell you off after the Battle of Providence is over. I'll let you know the consequences of betraying the Wang family. Wang Chen's voice spread far and wide, causing Wang Haoxian's face to turn pale. Wang Chong said something similar before, but he's already dead. Now, I'll send you down to accompany him. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. You killed Wang Chong? Humph. Then you deserve to die even more. Wang Chen's killing intent soared. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. With 4 intense revolvering around him, he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch as well. Boom! The 2 fists collided and the air trembled. Wang Chen's body swayed and he staggered backward. Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not retreat a single step. The others widened their eyes and gasped in shock. How was it possible that Lu Ming could force Wang Chen to retreat with 1 punch? Although the crowd was shocked when Lu Ming crushed the sacred constellation so easily, it was just a surprise. No one thought that Lu Ming could fight Wang Chen. There was a huge difference between the Holy Star and Wang Chen, and there was no way to compare. Wang Haoxian's eyes shone with a shocking light. In the valley, Wen Qixi, Gong Fei, and Meng Jia's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a look of surprise. Wang Chen, on the other hand, was furious. Damn it! Wang Chen bellowed, his killing intent soaring. He had actually been forced back by Lu Ming. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had expected to beat Lu Ming half to death with a single punch. Lu Ming, you must have used all your strength in that punch just now, right? But let me tell you, I only used half of my strength. Don't think you can stop me. Wang Chen said coldly. Oh, was it? I only used 20% of my strength just now. Lu Ming said casually. Nonsense, you're talking big. Strength can't be determined by words. Die. Wang Chen's aura grew even stronger as he punched out with his divine fist of flames, sending heaven and earth into chaos. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was not wrong. He had only used 20% of his strength just now. However, obviously no one believed him. Then let the facts speak for them, Slaviers. He stepped forward and threw another punch. This time the power was even stronger. It collided with Wang Chen's fist again, and Wang Chen was forced to retreat again. This time there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. His strength had increased and Lu Ming's strength had increased as well. He could not accept that Lu Ming could still crush him. At the same time, he was a little shocked. Could it be that what Lu Ming said just now was true? Did he really only use 20% of his strength? Impossible, it was impossible. Kill. A cold killing intent burst out from Wang Chen's body. His bloodline emerged, and 5 golden chakras dazzled as he transformed into a ball of purple flames. Divine level rank 5 bloodline. In fact, most of the top 100 on the list of top 1000 talents had 5th grade divine level bloodlines, and only a few had reached 6th grade divine level. One should know that the 6 supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families only had 6th level divine level bloodlines. How many supreme martial artists were there in the entire East continent? They were all accumulated over the years. Whoosh! The flame turned into a sword and slashed down at Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as Lu Ming burst out with 2 streams of dragon energy. His body swelled and scales appeared on his skin, making him look demonic. Bang! He threw out a punch and it hit the flame sword heavily. The sword made a violent sound and kept shaking. Sparks flew in all directions and the sword was sent flying. The great battle with Nangong Bo. Lu Ming took a series of steps and punched continuously. His fists were like 2 huge iron hammers, constantly bombarding the flaming sword. The flaming sword trembled violently and had no power to fight back. Oh! At the side, the other members of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace looked at this scene in shock. Their eyes widened and they could not believe it. Wang Chen, ranked 43rd on the list of top 1000 talents, had been completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He could not even fight back. Who would have believed it if they had not seen it with their own eyes? Back at the Nine Dragons' 3-sect exchange meet, Lu Ming was indeed very strong. However, there was still a huge gap between him and the top 100. How long had it been since then? And Lu Ming had already reached this stage. Everyone in the top 100 was a prodigy among prodigies. Lu Ming had improved and so had they. It could only be said that Lu Ming's improvement was too terrifying. Boom! 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 The iron fist continued to bombard the flaming sword. Finally, with a loud bang, The flaming sword exploded and turned into flames. The flames drifted back and then condensed back into Wang Chen's appearance. However, the current Wang Chen was in a sorry state. His face was pale and blood was flowing out of his mouth. His aura was weak and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. He looked at Lu Ming in shock and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged forward. Today Wang Chen must die. Nangongbo, save me! Wang Chen shouted as he retreated. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he continued to charge forward. Stop! Die! A young man shouted coldly. He stepped on the air and pointed his finger. A phoenix's cry was heard and a fiery red phoenix flew out and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch and crushed the phoenix, then continued to attack Wang Chen. How dare you? You don't seem to have heard what I said. The young man's eyes were cold and his body glowed. With a tremble, he appeared in front of Wang Chen, his eyes emitting a sharp light. A terrifying aura burst forth from his body, far above that of Wang Chen's. Nangongbo, ranked 32nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, was a heaven's favorite of the Nangong family, one of the 6 great ancient families. Nangongbo is about to make his move. In the valley, when Zhongli's eyes turned serious, the spiritual fire between his eyebrows jumped, ready to attack at any time. Nangongbo was not someone Wang Chen could compare to. Nangongbo, if you block me again, I'll kill you too. Lu Ming shouted coldly and pressed forward. Kill me as well. Let's see how you're going to kill me. Nangongbo's eyes were cold, and the fiery red light on his body became even stronger. That kind of light seemed like fire, but it wasn't fire. There seemed to be a phoenix's long cry in the light. The Azure Phoenix Spirit Seal was the Nangong family's strongest technique. Get lost. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. He threw a punch. Nangongbo struck out with his palm and a phoenix's cry rang out. A phoenix condensed and flew towards Lu Ming. As it flapped its wings, a terrifying killing intent overflowed. This was a phoenix condensed from the Blue Phoenix Spirit Seal. It had terrifying power and looked good, but it was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's fist collided with the phoenix without a sound. However, Lu Ming's expression changed and he could not help but take a few steps back. He felt a tearing pain on his fist. He glanced around and found that the scales on his fist had cracked and blood was oozing out. What a terrifying Azure Phoenix Spirit Seal. It was silent and deadly. Furthermore, Nangongbo's cultivation was also very frightening. He had reached the early stage of the 6th level spirit embryo realm, and his strength was much stronger than Wang Chen. Buzz! The cry of the phoenix rose again as Nangongbo stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, another phoenix flew out, filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. He was extremely powerful. Then I'll kill you too. Lu Ming snorted coldly and the dragon energy in his body burst out again. With the eruption of 5 dragon energies, Lu Ming's strength increased by several times. With a single punch the phoenix crumbled. Why would I? Nangongbo was shocked. He waved his hands and 2 phoenixes rushed out. Lu Ming waved his fists, courageous and unrivaled. The true energy in his body whistled, and the 4 concepts were activated. He circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and its power was extremely strong. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming strode forward, breaking down madly. Nangongbo's expression was extremely unsightly. The phoenix's cry continued, and his entire body glowed. His fingers continued to form seals in the air, and another phoenix flew out. This phoenix seemed to have a breath of life, and its power was even more powerful. Lu Ming continued to punch for a few days. The sky was like a thunderclap. He punched 8 times in a row before he finally broke the phoenix. However, Nangongbo condensed another phoenix. Nangongbo was indeed very powerful. The Heaven's Pride experts who were ranked higher on the list of top 1,000 talents would have a higher combat strength than those who were ranked lower on the list, even if they were at the same cultivation level. Otherwise, how could they be ranked at the top? Behind Nangongbo, Wang Chen was overjoyed. With Nangongbo around, he wouldn't die. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he pondered how he could kill Lu Ming. Today he was actually crushed by the people inside. He had lost a lot of face and must take revenge. His eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Haoxian. He sneered and flew towards Wang Haoxian. "What are you doing?" Wang Haoxian was shocked and quickly retreated. "Since Lu Ming is so concerned about you, I'll kill you in front of him." He. Wang Chen sneered. He wanted to kill Wang Haoxian in front of Lu Ming and distract Lu Ming so that he would be killed by Nangong Zhan. "Wang Chen, you're looking for death." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he kept punching. However, Nangong Bo's combat strength was so strong that he was holding Lu Ming back. For the time being, Lu Ming could not break out. I'm indeed anxious." Wang Chen laughed coldly and walked towards Wang Haoxian. Buzz. Suddenly, the space lit up and countless inscriptions glowed. A formation appeared and several ice dragons formed, pouncing towards Wang Chen. "Wen Zhisher." Wang Chen was furious. Flames filled the air as he fought the ice dragon. However, he had been injured by Lu Ming earlier and his combat strength had been weakened. He could not break this array at all. When Zhisher, Gongfei, and Mengjia stepped through the air, with every step they took, runes would appear under their feet. Runes would appear in the air. Not good, they're setting up a formation. Stop them. Kill. At the side, the other geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace roared. Their true energy exploded and they charged towards Wen Zhongli and the others. However, the formation glowed and the ice sword pierced through the air. A few Heaven's favorites screamed as they were killed by the ice sword. "Wen Zhisher, how dare you kill the supreme talent of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? You must die." Nangong Bo bellowed. "You should worry about yourself." 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. He transformed into 9 dragons. Nangong Bo's pupils shrank. A fiery red phoenix appeared above his head. It was also a level 5 divine level expert, and he had transformed into a phoenix. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and the devouring power burst out. He stepped into the void and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The phoenix let out a long cry and also used its killer move to fight against the 9 dragons. A dragon and a phoenix fought in the sky. It was as if they had returned to the ancient times when hundreds of beasts fought for supremacy, and the dragon and phoenix fought. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. The more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. He began to suppress Nangong Bo. Phoenixes and true dragons were on the same level, but the 9 dragons were stronger than ordinary true dragons. They were known as the top 10 battle beasts, the 10 most powerful divine beasts in the world, and their battle strength was unparalleled. Even if the bloodline level was the same, the 9 dragon bloodline could suppress the phoenix bloodline. The 9 Great Forbidden Grounds. Pucci. Oh! The 9 dragons showed their might and tore one of the phoenix's wings. The phoenix let out a wail, and its aura weakened as it rapidly retreated. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps of the 9 dragons' footwork chased after the phoenix, and its 9 claws struck out in succession. Wounds appeared on the phoenix's body. It wailed and its eyes were filled with fear. With a final cry, the phoenix turned around and ran. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. Nangong Bo had escaped. Lu Ming did not pursue him. Nangong Bo's combat strength was very strong, and his cultivation was 2 levels higher than his. Even if Lu Ming could win, it would not be easy to kill Nangong Bo. Run! Nangong Bo's escape caused the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to be in a state of chaos. Each and every one of them cried out in fear and wanted to escape. However, the inscriptions around them glowed and a formation appeared, trapping them. When Zhisher, Gongfei, Mengjia, and Jimai attacked at the same time, trapping them in the area. Lu Ming, who had transformed into the 9 dragons, took a step forward and appeared in front of Wang Chen. He looked at him coldly. No, damn it. Wang Chen was terrified, his entire body emitting cold air. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so terrifying that even Nangong Bo was not his match. He was seriously injured by Lu Ming and had to escape alone. Lu Ming did not use his full strength in the battle with him just now. Who? Lu Ming grabbed with his claws. Poochie. Although Wang Chun tried his best to resist, one of his arms was still torn off. He screamed in pain, his eyes filled with despair. Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. He stepped forward and punched out with both fists. Bang! Bang! Wang Chun was completely unable to resist and was severely injured. In the end, Lu Ming punched his dantian, shattering his spirit embryo and turning it into a waste. Ah! Wang Chun screamed hysterically, his voice filled with despair and hatred. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you offend the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace and His Majesty, the Martial Emperor? After the Battle of Providence is over, you'll definitely die at His Majesty's hands. You definitely will. Wang Chun let out a venomous cry. With his cultivation crippled, he knew that he was finished. Even if Lu Ming did not kill him, he would die in this world. Wang Haoxian, if he wants to kill you, then I'll let you kill him. Lu Ming looked at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian stepped on the air and formed a long sword of fire in his hand. He looked at Wang Chun with a murderous look. Wang Haoxian, you bitch. You betrayed the Wang family and the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace. You will die sooner or later. Wang Chun shouted. Whoosh! The sword light slashed across, and Wang Chun's head flew far away. Ah no, spare me, spare me. I don't want to die. The other paragons of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace started to beg for mercy. However, when Zhongli and the rest did not show any mercy, a formation appeared, and not long after, everyone from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was killed. Lu Ming controlled the bloodline of the 9 dragons and devoured the blood essence of the disciples of the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace, turning them into dried corpses. Wen Qini and the rest looked at Lu Ming's blood meridian in shock. It was the first time they had seen such a domineering bloodline. Lu Ming, thank you very much for this. Wen Jishir stepped forward and cupped his fists. On the side, Gong Fei and the Meng family members bowed in unison. Their eyes were filled with surprise and even shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He had completely surpassed them. Oh! Now, in terms of combat strength alone, Lu Ming could be ranked in the top few among the 14 candidates of the Talisman Amulet sect. There were only a few who could surpass Lu Ming. The key was that Lu Ming had improved too quickly. If this continued, he would surpass most of the people and be on par with Huan Zhan. You're too kind. We're all from the same sect, so it's only right for us to help each other. Furthermore, before the Battle of Kismet, the elders also instructed us to be united. Lu Ming smiled. When Xinyi and the rest had a better impression of Lu Ming. He was powerful, but he was not arrogant or overbearing. He gave off the feeling of a spring breeze. They knew that Lu Ming was someone they could befriend. Brother One, Brother Gong, there are still many of our Talisman Amulet sect's senior and junior brothers not far from here. Let's meet up there. Lu Ming said. All right. When Zhongli and the rest nodded, together with Lu Ming, they flew towards the gathering place of the Talisman Amulet sect disciples. On the way, Lu Ming also understood why Wen Qini and the rest were being attacked. It was obvious that the Talisman sect had been targeted in the Battle of Providence. Not only the Emperor in Heaven Divine Palace, but even the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley would either kill or capture the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples and help them break some of the array formations in the ruins. During this period of time, many Talisman sect disciples had died. When Zhongli and the other two had also bumped into Wang Chun, Nangongbo and the rest. Without a word, Wang Chun and the rest had attacked Wen Zhongli and the rest. If it were not for Wen Zhongli and the rest desperately setting up a defensive formation in the valley while Nangongbo and Wang Chun had the mentality of a cat and mouse game and wanted to play slowly, they would have been in danger before Lu Ming arrived. Lu Ming and Ji might gritted their teeth. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the other two great powers really thought that the Talisman Amulet sect was easy to bully. The 5 of them chatted as they flew. Suddenly, the 5 people's eyes moved and they all stopped. The books of destiny appeared in front of the 5 of them. Lu Ming looked at the Book of Destiny and saw a line of words appearing on it. One of the totem pillars had appeared in the 9 forbidden grounds, and only by gathering all 10 of them could one open the ancient city of Providence. The totem pillar? Could it be that the ultimate treasure to open the ancient city of Kismet is this so-called totem pillar? Ji Mai's voice was filled with shock. The 5 of them put away the Book of Destiny and looked at each other. It was obvious that the 5 of them had received the same information. That should be the case. The totem pillars are the key to opening the ancient city of Providence. I didn't expect one of them to be in one of the 9 forbidden grounds, and one of them has already appeared. I wonder who has it? When Lezhang said. Lu Ming knew about the 9 forbidden grounds as well. Previously, he had learned from the three-eyed god that there were 9 most dangerous places in this world. The 9 forbidden grounds that the three-eyed god race called the Forbidden Grounds were precisely the 9 forbidden grounds. The 9 forbidden grounds were many times more dangerous than the other ruins. This world was very strange. There were some relics that were not very dangerous to Lu Ming and the others, but they were fatal to the three-eyed god race. Once the three-eyed god race set foot in them, they would be wiped out immediately. These legacy sites seemed to be specially designed to test Lu Ming and the others who were participating in the Battle of Providence. This made Lu Ming feel even more that there seemed to be an inexplicable big hand behind his back that was controlling everything. As for the 9 forbidden grounds, they were the most dangerous of all dangers to the three-eyed god race. Lu Ming had learned about it before, but he did not think about going there. He guessed that the 9 forbidden grounds were the most important places for testing. There must be amazing treasures in there, but they were often accompanied by danger. If one went there before he had the ability, he would be courting death. But now it seemed like he had no choice but to go. Because even if he didn't go, others would go. The Sky Poison Island. The Battle of Karmic Luck was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was about a year's time. It was mainly a trial process. During this process, they would explore some ruins and treasure lands to obtain opportunities and obtain fate value. There was also the method of obtaining luck through killing. During this process, he could also continuously improve his strength. The second stage was to open the ancient city of Providence and start the final battle. However, in order to open the ancient city of Providence, there were some conditions. For example, one had to gather some specific treasures before the ancient city of Providence would appear. Only when the ancient city of Providence appeared would the value of Providence obtained from the Battle of Providence be of great use. It would be able to truly turn into Providence, allowing one's sect, family, and friends to obtain great benefits. If he couldn't activate the ancient city of Providence, the Battle of Providence would end once the time was up. The Providence he had obtained during the process would be useless, and it would mean that he had failed in the Battle of Providence. Other than some opportunities that he had obtained during this period of time, there was no other use. Therefore, opening the ancient city of Providence was the key. It was obvious that the ancient city of Providence had been opened using the same totem pillars. In the 9 forbidden grounds, only by entering the 9 forbidden grounds could one obtain the totem pillars. And now, someone had already obtained a totem pole. Needless to say, obtaining a totem pole would definitely give him a huge amount of luck. The few of them looked at each other. Lu Ming said, "The forbidden area closest to us is one of the 9 forbidden areas, the Sky Poison Island. Let's go to the meeting place first and discuss our next move," Lu Ming suggested. The group nodded and continued flying. Not long after, the group returned to the Talisman Amulet sect's gathering place. The Talisman sect's disciples were naturally overjoyed to see Wen Zhongtu and the others. After that, Lu Ming gathered the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples to discuss the 9 forbidden grounds. It was obvious that everyone's Book of Destiny had received the same message. Many people shook their heads and chose to back out. "I'm not going either. The 9 forbidden grounds definitely contain great opportunities, but they are also extremely dangerous. At the same time, all the geniuses will definitely gather in the 9 forbidden grounds, which are the places where the strongest geniuses fight for. Even if I go, I won't be able to obtain any opportunities." Ji Mai shook his head and sighed. Although he was quite powerful, he was still far from the top 1,000 talents on the list. Then Mengjia shook her head, indicating that she was not going. In the end, only Lu Ming, Wen Jisher, and Gong Fei decided to go. As for the other talisman sect disciples, they planned to gather together and find a good place to inscribe a large formation. They would use it as their base camp and then explore the nearby area to obtain opportunities. Lu Ming nodded. This was the best choice. If one didn't have enough power, going to the 9 forbidden lands would just be throwing their lives away. After the discussion, Lu Ming, Wen Zhongtu, and Gong Fei bade farewell to the rest and flew in the direction of one of the 9 forbidden areas, the Sky Poison Island. Xiao Jin, increase our speed, Lu Ming urged as he sat cross-legged on the back of a fierce golden tiger. Wen Jisher and Gong Fei. Roar! The golden tiger let out an unwilling roar. The golden tiger was naturally the Vajra. At this moment, he had grown to more than 20 meters long. He stepped on the air and ran at an extreme speed. In his heart he was roaring furiously. Forget it that Lu Ming treated him as a mount. He even let others ride on him. Forget it that he let others ride on him. But why did he call him Xiao Jin? Xiao Jin. He was a peerless genius of the demon race with 50% of the divine beast bloodline. Lu Ming actually called him Xiao Jin. King Kong almost vomited blood. His name was so powerful, but he was called Little Gold. When Lu Ming first called out, King Kong was against it, as if he would rather die than submit. When Lu Ming said, "You want to have a taste of the god-splitting array again, right?" King Kong could only accept his fate, his heart full of resentment towards Lu Ming. "What are you shouting for? Are you trying to scare me? Hurry!" Lu Ming slapped King Kong's head, causing King Kong to grimace in pain and run away. He had already cursed Lu Ming tens of thousands of times in his heart. Wen Jisher. Gong Fei's head was covered in cold sweat. He was truly convinced by Lu Ming. To actually be able to tame a demon race's heaven's pride as a mount and even make it so submissive, it was truly amazing. The three of them closed their eyes and rested on the back of the Vajra. The Vajra was running extremely fast. Not long after, they crossed a distance of over 1,000,000 li. This place was not far from the Sky Poison Island. Lu Ming had Vajra transform into his human form while Lu Ming, Wen Jisher, and Gong Fei changed their appearances and clothes. They concealed their auras and flew toward the Sky Poison Island. The Talisman Amulet sect was being targeted and Lu Ming was the target of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley. It would be troublesome if he appeared with his true appearance. It was better to disguise himself. After changing their appearances, the four of them flew forward. It was getting more and more desolate ahead. There were mountains everywhere, but on the mountains there was a dead silence and no life. Tens of thousands of miles later, there was a large depression in the mountains. It was a huge lake and it was difficult to see the end. On the surface of the lake, green fog was spreading, blocking one's line of sight. One couldn't see far at all. One could only vaguely see that in the center of the lake, there was a huge object. It was the Sky Poison Island. On the lakeshore, there were many figures standing. They were only looking into the distance and no one flew into the lake. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they only cast a cold glance at them and turned away. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A few figures flew over from the distance and landed on the lakeshore. These people had thick demonic chi. They were the talents of the heavenly monster tribe. This is the Sky Poison Island. A few of the demon race's heaven's favorites looked excited. "Why don't you guys go in?" A young man from the demon race who was wearing colorful clothes asked the others. "Can't you see? The surface of the lake is filled with poisonous gas. How do we cross it?" A human youth said. From his clothes, he should be a genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A mere poisonous gas is enough to stop all of you. What a bunch of trash. You still want to fight for the totem pole? Go home. The colorful clothed young man sneered. He stepped on the air and turned into a colorful python, flying toward the lake. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. The colorful giant python was very fast. In a few breaths, it had rushed into the lake and into the green mist. However, as soon as he charged into the green mist, he let out a shrill scream. His colorful body actually let out a sizzling sound and began to rot. The colorful giant python desperately flew back, but after flying for a few miles, it fell into the lake with a scream. Its body rotted and soon only white bones were left. What a terrifying poisonous gas! Lu Ming, Wen Qixi, and Gong Fei's eyes turned grave. The rainbow-colored giant python had already reached the 7th level, which was equivalent to the cultivation of the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Yet, it was unable to put up any resistance and was poisoned to death. How did this happen? The expressions of the other demon race heaven's favorites who came with the colorful python changed. Hee, what an idiot! Didn't you do any investigation before coming here? The poisonous gas in this lake is extremely poisonous, and it's impossible to cross it. But every 3 months, the poisonous gas in the lake will dissipate for 7 days, and that's the best chance to enter the Sky Poison Island. Now there's still half a month before the poisonous gas dissipates. Just wait. The paragon of the heavenly corpse sect sneered. Demonic Lord Luotian. The expressions of Lu Ming, Wen Qixi, and the rest changed slightly. They had not known about this beforehand. If they had not been more cautious and rushed in rashly, they would have been in danger. Oh, no wonder these people were all standing by the lakeshore and didn't go over. Lu Ming and the rest observed for a while and left the place. Since there was still half a month before the poisonous fog dissipated, they found a place nearby to cultivate and wait for the time to pass. 10 miles away on a small mountain peak, 4 people sat cross-legged, waiting for time to pass. Time flew by and the days went by. There were more and more people in this area, but most of them only took a glance and waited nearby. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming and the other 3 returned to the shore. From the barren mountains around them, figures flew over. Before long, hundreds of people had gathered here. Those who dared to come here to fight for the opportunities were not weak. They were all experts. Of course, there were also those who wanted to try their luck. Boom! In the sky, an extremely powerful pressure spread down, pressing on everyone's hearts. Damn, who is it? Who are you? A burly young man shouted and looked up, but the next moment, his expression changed and cold sweat dripped down his face. In the sky, a black-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back, demonic chi soaring to the sky. His face was sharp and cold, and his eyes were shining like 2 demonic blades. Luotian, the demonic lord Luotian. Someone exclaimed. Luotian ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Many people's expressions changed and their hearts sank. They didn't expect him to come. This is Luotian. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had killed Luotian's younger brother, the little demon Lord Luoli. It seems like Luotian already knows that I killed his brother. Lu Ming's gaze landed on brother Litian, who was standing not far away from Luotian. It seems like brother Litian didn't die at the hands of the 3-eyed god race. Since brother Litian was with Luotian, Luotian should have known that he had killed Luoli. However, he was currently in disguise and had concealed his aura, so he was not afraid. Luotian, I didn't know it was you just now. Take back your words. The burly young man's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with fear as he stuttered. People have to be responsible for their own words. Luotian's eyes were cold, but his voice was calm. He waved his hand. A pitch-black blade aura tore through the void and slashed at the burly youth. Let's go. The brawny young man turned around and fled without hesitation. However, Luotian frowned slightly and waved his palm again. The power of the saber light suddenly increased. It instantly cut through the void and slashed at the burly youth's head. No! The burly young man roared. The blade light slashed and the stout youth was cut in half. All the other heaven's favorites around kept quiet. The demonic lord Luotian was famous in the Eastern Barren territory for his ruthless methods. After seeing him today, it was indeed the case. The burly young man had just unintentionally said a word of curse, And he had gotten himself killed. It could be seen how overbearing he was. Moreover, the burly young man was a genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Even if they were from the same sect, he had been killed by Luo Tian because of a single sentence. Hey Luo Tian, you're very impressive. You can only show off your power here. At this time a mocking voice was heard. Everyone was shocked. Who was it? He actually dared to tell Luo Tian the truth. Did he not want to live? In the sky, a golden light flashed and a figure appeared. It was a golden-haired young man with a jade-like face. He was wearing a golden feather robe and was filled with a luxurious aura. His body emitted a golden light, and in the light, a golden divine bird could be seen flying and chirping. The golden Luan. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the golden divine bird in the light. This was a demon race heaven's favorite. The golden pool. Luo Tian slowly uttered a name. His eyes were solemn. The others were also greatly shocked. Although the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents, some of their extremely powerful talents were still eye-catching. The golden pool had the bloodline of the divine bird, the golden Luan. It was said that the bloodline was at least 60% thick. It could be ranked in the top 5 among the heavenly demon valley's geniuses, and was more famous than Luo Tian. No wonder this person dared to look down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian, with me here. Don't even think about getting the totem pole on the Sky Poison Island. Jin Qi looked at Luo Tian with a cold smile. Not necessarily. Whoever can get it depends on ability, but it also depends on luck and opportunity. Luo Tian said. Ha ha ha, luck? Chance? I have the strength to crush everything, why do I need luck and opportunity? Only the weak would say that? Jin Qi laughed. Luo Tian's expression was ugly. If anyone else dared to speak to him like this, he would have cut them down with his saber. However, he was not confident about Jin Qi. He felt a strong sense of danger from the golden pool. The poisonous mist is starting to disperse. At this moment someone exclaimed. Everyone looked forward and saw that the thick green poison mist was rapidly dissipating as if a strong wind was blowing on the surface of the lake. The scene in the lake also became clear. In the center of the lake was an extremely huge island. It was about 10,000 miles away from the shore. That was the Sky Poison Island. Buzz. The golden pool was the first to move. It turned into a golden light and flew toward the Sky Poison Island. After that, Luo Tian and the other Heaven's Pride experts also began to move. They were all afraid of being left behind as they flew towards the Sky Poison Island. Lu Ming and the other 3 blended into the crowd and flew together. The journey of 10,000 miles only took a few minutes for them. As they neared the island, many people stopped. The island was covered in dense forests, which was completely different from the outside world. In the sky above the forest, there was a thick green mist rolling like green clouds. However, in the forest below, there was only a faint green mist. Compared to the sky, it was many times thinner. I think the golden pool has already rushed in. Although there is poisonous gas in this forest, it is far from comparable to the poisonous gas in the lake or in the sky. It should be able to resist. That's right, as long as we don't fly into the sky, we should be fine. Let's go. One by one, the figures rushed into the island and disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and the other 3 gathered together and landed in the forest. Chi-chi. As soon as they landed in the forest, they heard a sizzling sound. It was the green mist corroding their protective Zhenyuan. However, it was not very strong, so they could easily block it. The 4 of them followed the forest and rushed toward the depths of the island. Ah! Not long after, they heard a shrill scream. There's danger! The 4 of them looked at each other, slowed down, and focused their attention as they headed in the direction of the scream. Soon they found a young man lying on the ground, no longer breathing. A pitch-black poisonous scorpion was lying on the young man's body and biting him. Chapter 939 Life Potion. Poisonous Insects. Oh! It was obvious that this island not only had poisonous gas, but also poisonous insects. Whoosh! The fist-sized poisonous scorpion had obviously discovered them. It moved its body and turned into a black light, shooting toward King Kong. "You're looking for death. Die!" King Kong shouted. A big knife appeared in his hand and he slashed at the scorpion accurately. Clang! The sound of metal hitting metal rang out, and Scorpion was sent flying far away. He crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. But the next moment, the scorpion shook its body and crawled out of the ground. "Nest, what a tough body. It didn't get cut in half by my saber." King Kong was slightly surprised. Although he had just casually slashed it, he was holding a 7th-level spiritual weapon. The poisonous scorpion didn't die from that slash. No wonder he was able to kill a young Heaven's Pride expert. Whoosh! The black poisonous scorpion pounced at King Kong again. "Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully?" King Kong grinned, put away his big blade and swung his claw. Whoosh! The sharp claw radiance tore through the air and scratched the poisonous scorpion, making an unpleasant sizzling sound. The poisonous scorpion could not withstand King Kong's sharp claws and was torn into pieces. After that, the group became much more careful and headed deeper into the island. Their speed was also much slower. "This is the poison heartwood." After 100 miles, when Zhongtu suddenly stopped, he found a fragrant tree as thick as an arm. "I didn't expect there to be such a treasure here." Gong Fei's eyes also lit up. This was a top-notch level 7 spirit wood. If it was used to refine pills, it would have a powerful detoxification effect. In a highly toxic place, there was an antidote. "I'm afraid there are many treasures in this place," Gong Fei said. "Let's collect them first. When we get out of the Sky Poison Island, we'll divide them equally." Naturally, no one had any objections to Wen Jishi's suggestion. After that, Wen Zhongli dug out the poisonous heartwood and put it away. As they continued to move forward, they discovered spiritual herbs from time to time. They were all at least level 6 and some were even level 7. The most shocking thing was that they even found 2 level 8 spiritual herbs. Not only spiritual herbs, but also some precious ores. He also found a few. "There's a corpse." As they moved forward, they found a corpse, but it was already in tatters. It was obvious that it had been bitten by poisonous insects. This place was full of opportunities, but it was also full of danger. More than 100 people had come in, and it was unknown how many people would die here. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the forest. "Guys, look! There's something in the ground!" Gong Fei suddenly exclaimed. On the ground in front of them, a large piece of land was protruding, and that protrusion was moving towards them at an extremely fast speed. When Zhongli stepped on the ground and a formation appeared. A battle sword formed and slashed towards the bump. Bang! The protruding part was cut, but the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Countless black poisonous scorpions rushed out from the ground and charged toward the 4 of them. They were densely packed, and it was unknown how many there were. This poisonous scorpion was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming, Wen Qixi and Gong Fei began to inscribe inscriptions at the same time. A formation appeared on the ground, and a light screen appeared in front of the 4. Bang! 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 Countless scorpions crashed into the light screen, causing it to shake violently. Following that, the light screens shattered one after another. Lu Ming and the rest's expressions changed drastically. These light screens were all condensed by a level 7 primary formation technique, yet they were easily broken. "Let's go, there are too many scorpions, we can't kill them all. Run!" Lu Ming shouted. The 4 of them turned around and ran at top speed. Scorpion was in hot pursuit. However, with every step that Lu Ming, Wen Zhongli, and Gong Fei took, a large array would appear on the ground, forming a light screen to block the poisonous scorpions. Therefore, the speed of the poisonous scorpions was greatly reduced. Before long, the 4 of them had shaken off the many poisonous scorpions. Whoosh! At this moment, a scarlet object pierced through the air, emitting a disgusting smell. It was aimed at Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming's expression changed. With 4 concepts surrounding him, he struck out with his palm. Bang! Suddenly he felt a huge force surge towards him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and the scarlet thing was also sent flying. A fish! Lu Ming could not help but be shocked when he saw the thing that sneaked an attack on him. It was a big colorful fish that was more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in scales, but it actually had a pair of wings. It flew in the air, and a scarlet tongue stretched out from its big mouth. It was this big fish that had sneaked an attack on Lu Ming just now. What kind of monster is this? Wen Jisher also said in a deep voice. Gaga! The big fish let out a strange cry. It flapped its wings and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed out. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and slashed at the strange fish with his palm. The strange fish's scarlet tongue curled like a soft whip and rolled toward Lu Ming. Bang! His palm struck the strange fish's tongue and the tongue exploded. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to charge at the strange fish. The strange fish let out a strange cry and spat out a dense green poisonous gas from its mouth. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and covered his body, instantly devouring the poisonous gas. He dashed forward and struck the head of the strange fish with his palm. The strange fish exploded with a bang. The strength of this strange fish was not weaker than the 3rd level of the spirit embryo realm. With the addition of the poisonous gas, it was even more terrifying. However, when it encountered Lu Ming, it was naturally killed easily. However, this also showed how dangerous it was. After all, how many people could have combat strength like Lu Ming's? Many geniuses would die when they encountered this strange fish. There seems to be something over there. King Kong's nose twitched a few times, as if he had smelled something. He looked to the right. That was the direction where the strange fish had appeared. Let's go and take a look. The 4 of them went to the right, and not long after, a few more strange fish appeared and charged at them. These strange fish seemed to be guarding something. There should be a treasure. The 4 of them seemed to have thought of something and attacked with all their might. A few strange fish were easily killed and they continued to move forward. Along the way they killed more than a dozen strange fish. They saw a cliff wall, and on the cliff wall there was a small puddle. That's the elixir of life. When Zhongli cried out in shock. Lu Ming, Jin Gang, and Gong Fei's eyes widened abruptly. There was a milky white liquid in the small puddle, and it gave off a shocking amount of life essence. Elixir of life. It's the elixir of life, Lu Ming said excitedly. He had once bid for a small bottle of elixir of life at an auction in the Great Domain. However, it had been diluted and the concentration was very low, so it couldn't be considered the real elixir of life. However, Lu Ming would never forget that aura. The small puddle in front of him was the real water of life. The elixir of life was an unparalleled treasure. It was extremely rare in the world. It could resurrect the dead and grow flesh on bones. Its effect was heaven-defying. As long as one was still breathing, it could be saved. No matter how heavy the injuries suffered, it could be healed. Chapter 940 Road Robbery. Such a rare treasure was counted in drops. Oh, for example, the bottle of elixir of life that Lu Ming had bid for in the past was most likely diluted with a drop of the elixir of life. In front of him, there was a small puddle that weighed at least a few kilograms. An opportunity. A great opportunity. Jin Gang grinned. Lu Ming and the few of them also smiled. Let's split it equally. When Lezhang said. All right. Lu Ming and the rest agreed. When Jisher took out the jade bottle and prepared to collect the elixir of life. Ha ha, what a great opportunity. There's actually an elixir of life here. At this moment an excited laugh was heard. With a flash of golden light, a young man appeared on the scene. The golden pool. The few of them were shocked. The newcomer was none other than Jin Qi, the supreme talent of the demon clan from the heavenly demon valley. Jin Qi's gaze swept across the elixir of life and he berated. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. You can get lost now. Golden Pool, we were the ones who discovered this elixir of life first. If you want to keep it for yourself, aren't you being too greedy? When Jisher said with an ugly expression. Big appetite? My appetite is just that big. Why? Do you still want to fight me? A golden light emanated from Jinqi's body. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he looked at Lu Ming and the others with disdain. King Kong, you're a heaven's favorite of the demon race. It's embarrassing for you to hang out with the human race. You don't have to go back to the Sky Demon Valley. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. A cold voice came out of Jinqi's mouth. King Kong's expression was ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. Fear flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that Vajra was extremely afraid of the golden pool. The spiritual fire between Wen Jishi's and Gong Fei's brows leaped. Vital essence burst forth from Lu Ming's body as he confronted the golden pool. Overestimating your own ability, you're really looking for death. Jinqi's eyes turned cold. The golden light on his body became even more intense, and a terrifying aura burst out. That aura was incomparably vast, and the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on everyone. Lu Ming and the others felt an extremely dangerous feeling in their hearts. He felt that as long as he fought with Jinqi, his life would be in danger. Lu Ming, let's go. This time King Kong growled. Leave. Wen Jishi and Gong Fei's faces were filled with unwillingness. Let's go. Jinqi is extremely powerful. I've dealt with him before. Even if the four of us join forces, we're definitely not his match. The difference is too great. We'll only be killed. Vajra growled and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the other two. Let's go. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. King Kong was right. The golden pool gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Lu Ming felt that if they were to fight, even if he had the mountain and river diagram, he would not be able to defend against the other party's attacks. They might even be killed here. Although the elixir of life was precious, there was no need to fight for it with his life. When Jishu and Gong Fei also gritted their teeth, the four of them moved and quickly retreated, leaving the place far behind. Jinqi smiled faintly. It was not because he was kind and did not want to kill them, but because he felt that Lu Ming and the other three were not simple. If they were to fight, even if he could kill them, he would have to spend some effort. This island was filled with poisonous insects and poisonous fog. It would save him a lot of effort and would be beneficial for his search for the totem pole. That was why he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would have killed Lu Ming and the rest. What a pity. After he left, Wen Zhongyi sighed. Lu Ming did not say anything, but his gaze was more determined. In this world, strength spoke for itself. Without strength, it was useless to say anything. The four of them continued to explore, but their direction did not change. They kept going deeper into the island. This was because the totem pole was most likely deep within the island. However, the deeper they went into the island, the thicker the poisonous fog became, and the more powerful it was. Inscriptions appeared on Wen Jishu and Gong Fei's bodies. A light shield enveloped them and blocked the poisonous gas around them. The Vajra's demonic power spread out and covered his entire body. The surrounding poisonous gas came into contact with the inscription light shield and demonic power, making a constant sizzling sound and corroding the light shield and demonic power. Lu Ming was the most relaxed. His entire body was covered in a layer of devouring power. All the poisonous gas was devoured, and it did not affect Lu Ming's movements at all. This made Wen Qini and the rest click their tongues in wonder. In their hearts, Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable. Not long after, they saw a young man with a green face running back in panic. It was obvious that he was deeply poisoned. The few of them had grave expressions on their faces as they advanced another few thousand miles. At this point, the power of the poisonous gas was even more terrifying. The light shield formed by Wen Jishu and Gong Fei's formation was shaking violently on the island. The King Kong's demonic power was the same. It was constantly resisting the poisonous gas and was consuming a lot of its energy. Lu Ming, it seems that I can only go this far. I can't go any deeper. Wen Zhongli shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm the same, Gong Fei said. King Kong also looked at Lu Ming with eager eyes. If this continued, they would be in danger. Then you guys stay in the periphery and look for opportunities. I'll continue to explore deeper. Lu Ming nodded. He bade farewell to Wenqini and the rest and left alone. Not long after, Lu Ming had traveled another few thousand miles. At this point, the power of the poisonous gas had reached a shocking level. There was no trace of the poisonous insects, let alone people. Tap tap. Lu Ming was cautious as he walked forward step by step. He did not know what kind of danger he would encounter here. He was on full alert and did not dare to move too fast. There's someone in front. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He saw a figure in front of him. The figure was also moving slowly. Clearly, it was much slower than Lu Ming. Luo Tian. As he walked closer, he realized that the young man in front of him was Luo Tian. Luo Tian's entire body was filled with demonic qi. It formed a thick demonic qi armor that covered his entire body and blocked the poisonous gas around him. However, the poisonous gas was terrifyingly powerful. It constantly corroded the demonic qi armor. It was obvious that Luo Tian was having a hard time moving forward. Hearing the commotion, Luo Tian turned around and was shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that other than himself and Jin Qi, there would be someone else who could make it this far. However, when he saw the devouring power that was constantly permeating Lu Ming's body, his eyes flashed. Lu Ming ignored Luo Tian and strode forward. However, Luo Tian clearly had no intention of letting him go. Bang! Luo Tian took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ming's face darkened. You should have a treasure that can resist the poisonous gas, right? Give it to me. Luo Tian said in a commanding tone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Luo Tian had regarded the devouring power of the Nine-Dragon bloodline as some kind of treasure. Your Excellency, I don't have any treasure that can resist the poisonous gas. Lu Ming said. No? You still want to lie to me? Do you think I'm an idiot? If you didn't have a treasure to resist the poisonous gas, how could you have come here? Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll take it myself. It'll be the same. Luo Tian sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 941 Meeting Luo Tian. Your Excellency, this is too much. Oh, Lu Ming said. Even if he had a treasure that could resist the poison, he would still be poisoned to death if he gave it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not consider his life at all. Haha, too much? It's your honor to be able to help me, you piece of trash. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you immediately. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with demonic energy, and his killing intent became even colder. Luo Tian, who do you think you are? Lu Ming suddenly sneered. He then took a step forward and dashed to the side at top speed. You're looking for death. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he let out an angry roar and slashed his palm at Lu Ming like a knife. The terrifying saber flare almost split the poisonous gas apart. The surrounding poisonous gas rolled as the saber flare approached Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming exploded with all his dragon energy. At the same time, the mountain and river diagram rushed out and surrounded him. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the saber radiance. A terrifying explosion rang out and the poisonous gas nearby was dispersed. Lu Ming felt waves of incomparably terrifying saber radiance surging towards him. However, most of it was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. However, there was still a portion that surged into the mountain and river diagram. There were a few more wounds on Lu Ming's body, and blood was flowing out. Lu Ming made use of this force to retreat backward 1,000 meters. He then ran to the side. What an overbearing saber technique! What a powerful combat strength! A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. The scales on his fist burst open, revealing a deep cut so deep that the bone could be seen. Luo Tian's strength was far above his. No wonder he was ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. So you do have some strength. Luo Tian frowned and his killing intent grew colder. Although he did not use his full strength in that move just now, there were not many people who could block his blade. Bang! He took a step forward. and his body was like a flash of light as he chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. "Brat, you have so many treasures on you. You'd better hand them all over, or I'll make you die an ugly death." Luo Tian's voice was cold. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He broke into a run. "Kill! Die!" Luo Tian shouted as a black demonic blade appeared in his hand. He slashed with all his might. 1,000-meter-long astral blade formed and broke through the poisonous gas. It cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. This slash was several times more powerful than the previous one. Lu Ming did not fight it head-on. His figure flashed to the side rapidly. However, the saber light actually moved along with him and slashed down at high speed. In the end, Lu Ming managed to dodge it. However, he was still hit by the sharp edge of the saber energy. The mountain and river diagram shook violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With his injuries, it was difficult for him to maintain his disguise and return to his original appearance. Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming's true appearance, Luo Tian let out an angry roar and his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Lu Ming, it's you. How dare you kill my brother Luo Li? Die! Die! I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Demonic chi surged from Luo Tian's body, and his speed increased to a terrifying level. He was like a demonic blade that cut through the air. He was actually a little faster than Lu Ming. He's so strong. This Luo Tian's cultivation is only at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, but his combat strength is too terrifying. Even geniuses like Wang Chan and Nangong Bo, who are at the same level as Luo Tian, would be easily killed by him. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Luo Tian's strength was extremely terrifying. He could not be measured by ordinary warriors or even ordinary geniuses. Other than a few people, Luo Tian was basically invincible in a battle of the same level. Furthermore, his cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed toward the depths of the Sky Poison Island. The poisonous gas was thicker there, which was to his advantage. "Damn it!" Luo Tian shouted angrily and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, they had gone another 100 miles. An NBSP buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from ahead. It was a group of poisonous bees. There were basically no living creatures here, but there were still so many poisonous bees. These poisonous bees were absolutely terrifying. "Luo Tian, I'll let you have a taste of the poisonous bee." Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He charged directly at the poisonous bees and threw a punch at the same time. A flaming fist radiance rushed into the poisonous bees. This time, it was as if he had poked the hornet's nest. The poisonous bees were in a frenzy. They seemed to be very angry and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the mountain and river diagram to block the attacks. Bang bang bang. The poisonous bees kept hitting the mountain and river diagram, causing it to shake violently. Then, Lu Ming turned around and ran toward Luo Tian. "Damn you, you're crazy!" Luo Tian bellowed and slashed out a shocking saber flare. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge it. Although he did not manage to avoid it completely and was shocked to the point of spitting blood, the saber flare cut down a bunch of poisonous bees. The rest flew angrily towards Luo Tian. There was a long tube at the head of each bee. Poisonous gas of various colors spewed out from the tube and spread toward Luo Tian. Pili Pala. The demonic armor on Luo Tian's body made a sound of corrosion. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he ran away. "Lu Ming, don't let me see you again. I'll kill you." Luo Tian's voice could be heard, but he had already disappeared. Lu Ming ran forward in large strides. A group of poisonous bees kept chasing him. Fortunately, he could devour poisonous gas, so the poisonous gas of the poisonous bees was ineffective against him. The mountain and river diagram could also defend against the poisonous bees' attacks. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the poisonous bees and continued on his way. After 1,000 miles, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the foot of the mountain. There seemed to be a great battle going on. Who is it? Could it be that the human race's heaven's favorite has eliminated me? There's still someone who can make it this far? Lu Ming's expression changed. According to his speculation, Luo Tian should not have been able to reach this place. He immediately concealed his aura and approached carefully. When they walked closer, they found a cave at the bottom of the mountain. The rumbling sound came from the cave. Lu Ming found a secret place to hide and looked in front. Not long after, the rumbling sounds in the cave disappeared. A golden light flashed and a figure rushed out of the cave. The golden pool. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That figure was actually Jin Qi. On top of the golden pool, there was a golden bead that scattered down rays of sword light, helping the golden pool to block the poisonous gas outside. However, it was obvious that it could not completely block it. The green gas on Jin Qi's face was clearly poisonous. Damned beast! Jin Qi growled and glared at the cave. Then he found a place, took out a pile of raw stones and began to absorb them. He did not notice Lu Ming. It was obvious that he had fought with something in the cave and his Zhan Yuan had been severely depleted. Now he was out to absorb the raw stones to recover his Zhan Yuan. Half an hour later, Jin Qi got up and rushed into the cave again. The sound of a battle could be heard from the cave again. Not long after, Jin Qi roared and rushed out of the cave. This time he was in a worse state. His hair was disheveled, and the golden feather clothes on his body were shattered. The golden bead on his head was also shattered, and the golden light that scattered was greatly reduced. The green gas on Jin Qi's face was even thicker. It was obvious that he was more deeply poisoned, and his aura was much weaker than before. He looked at the cave unwillingly, but he did not dare to stay and rushed out. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and dashed toward the golden pool at top speed. Chapter 942 Killing Jin Qi. Lu Ming would not let go of such an opportunity to take his life when he was weak. Oh! As he rushed out, Lu Ming directly exploded with his dragon power. In a few breaths he was close to the golden pool. Who is it? Jin Qi was shocked and suddenly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck towards the top of Jin Qi's head. This palm could split a mountain. Lu Ming had used all his strength. Jin Qi had never expected that there would be someone else here. In a hurry he raised his arm to block. Boom! Jin Qi's body was sent flying far away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that he's really seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Luo Tian had been so afraid of Jin Qi, which showed that Jin Qi's strength must be extremely terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than Luo Tian or even stronger. Now that he had been sent flying by Lu Ming's palm, it was clear that Jin Qi had been seriously injured in the cave and was shrouded in poisonous gas. His strength had been greatly reduced. Brat, you dare to sneak attack me? You're looking for death. As soon as Jin Qi retreated, he was furious. His eyes were filled with a shocking murderous intent as he looked at Lu Ming. After taking a look, Jin Qi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not in disguise and the golden pool could recognize him at a glance. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He strode forward and charged toward the golden pool. Don't think that you can kill me just because I'm injured. You're the one who's going to die today. I'll kill you and get the reward from the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Jin Qi's voice was cold. A strong golden light burst out from his body and he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. Lu Ming's body swayed and he stood still, but Jin Qi was forced to retreat. Right now you're not my match at all. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He attacked the golden pool frantically. Every punch and palm strike contained the power of millions of June. They suppressed everything and poured madly into the golden pool. Moreover, many of the attacks were aimed at the round pearl above the golden pool. Boom! Boom! The golden pool exploded and collided with Lu Ming continuously. Bang! After a few dozen moves, the round bead on top of Jin Qi's head was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. The bead shattered and more poisonous gas gushed towards Jin Qi. Jin Qi's face turned even greener. Damn it! The golden pool let out a shrill cry and transformed into its true form. It was a golden luan. Of course, it was not a pure-blooded golden luan. It had more than 60% of the golden luan's bloodline. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming used the fusion of his blood meridians and transformed into 9 dragons to continue his attack. Jinqi coughed out blood continuously. His golden body was covered in a thick layer of poisonous green gas, and the concentration was getting stronger and stronger. The golden pool tried its best to rush out but was held back by Lu Ming. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Jinqi. His eyes were already filled with panic. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. Poochie! The claws of the 9 dragons clawed at Jinqi's body and tore off a large piece of flesh. Golden feathers flew in the air and Jinqi let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang! He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 6 steps in a row. The violent attacks poured onto Jinqi's body, causing him to fall to the ground and create a huge pit. Bang! The 9 dragons descended and grabbed Jinqi's wings with their claws. They tore at Jinqi's wings with all their might, and as blood splattered, the wings were torn off. Jinqi let out a heart-wrenching scream. He no longer had that high and mighty attitude from before. What he had was only fear and embarrassment. He was terrified. He could feel death approaching. Boom! The dragon claw struck again, and a violent force blasted into Jinqi's body, dispersing all of his demonic power. No, don't kill me, spare my life, Jinqi shouted. He didn't want to die. One of the 9 dragons' claws was on Jinqi's neck. He looked at Jinqi with cold eyes and said, "Weren't you high and mighty before?" He's so domineering, snatching other people's things without even blinking. Your biggest mistake was that you couldn't bear to waste it. When you came out of the cave, you swallowed a few drops of the life potion, and your injuries would have healed immediately. I'm not your match either. It's a pity that you couldn't bear to waste the life potion. Lu Ming sneered continuously. You're one of the 4? Jinqi's eyes widened. Not bad, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. I still have a lot of treasures in my storage ring, including the elixir of life. I can return them all to you as long as you let me go. Jinqi loudly begged for mercy. Spare you? Are you going to kill me after you've recovered? Am I that stupid? Besides, after I kill you, your treasures will be mine, right? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I swear, I will never seek revenge from you, Jinqi shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming suddenly exerted his strength and swung his dragon claw, killing the golden pool. A heaven's favorite of the demon race, who was comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died just like that. He had died with great regret. The devouring power burst forth and devoured the blood essence energy of the golden pool, taking away his storage ring. He glanced at the storage ring and indeed saw 2 jade bottles. The jade bottles contained the water of life. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put away the storage ring and looked at the cave. There was a creature in the cave, and it had fought with the golden pool for so long. What happened? Lu Ming speculated that the creature in the cave would not be much stronger than the golden pool. Otherwise, the golden pool would not have dared to attack it repeatedly. It couldn't be much stronger than the golden pool. If the golden pool was injured, the creature couldn't be intact. This might be a chance. The totem pole, could it be in this cave? Otherwise, why would Jinqi work so hard? At the thought of the totem pole, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. Lu Ming carefully moved closer to the cave. The hole was huge, and there was a faint light coming from inside. Lu Ming walked in slowly and looked inside. There was a huge cave inside. Behind the cave was another cave. The light was coming from that cave. At the entrance of the cave, there was a huge colorful crab. The giant crab was taller than a human just by lying there. However, there were many wounds on its body, and blood was still flowing out of them. It seemed that this giant crab was the one who had fought the golden pool. However, this giant crab wasn't any better off than Jinqi. Its aura was weak and it was obviously heavily injured. Lu Ming's fingers started to wave in the air. and he started to inscribe the array. His speed was extremely fast, and his fingers were like lightning as they streaked across the air. Countless inscriptions entered the space. Squeak! The giant crab sensed the fluctuation and looked up. When it saw Lu Ming, it let out a sharp sound and got up, crawling toward him. Kill! Go! Lu Ming shouted softly. The array in the air glowed and condensed into arrows, shooting them at the giant crab. The giant crab waved its tail and blocked all the arrows. At the same time, the giant crab spewed out a large amount of poisonous gas that spread toward Lu Ming. The ancient three-eyed god race. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was least afraid of poisonous gas. He rushed over and started a battle with the giant crab. Oh, the giant crab was very powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the golden pool. In fact, it was even stronger. However, most of the giant crab's power was concentrated on the poisonous gas. To others, it was a fatal threat. To Lu Ming, however, he could ignore it. Moreover, the giant crab was severely injured and its strength had been greatly reduced. In this way, Lu Ming had the upper hand. However, even if Lu Ming had the upper hand, it was still very difficult for him to kill the giant crab. The cave was filled with continuous rumbles. Lu Ming used all his strength to fight the giant crab. After a few hundred moves, he finally killed it. However, Lu Ming himself was also severely injured. Lu Ming immediately took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the elixir of life. He poured out 2 drops and swallowed them. At the same time, he took out a pile of raw gemstones and let the bloodline of the 9 dragons devour them. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an alarming rate. In a few minutes, his injuries were completely healed. The elixir of life is truly astonishing. Lu Ming secretly felt it. Soon Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He looked at the glowing hole. The totem pole, is it inside? Lu Ming walked over carefully and stepped into the cave. It was a passageway. The light came from the front and the passageway was more than 100 meters long. After passing through the passageway, Lu Ming came to another huge cave. This is... Lu Ming was extremely surprised when he arrived at the cave. This was because there was no trace of poisonous gas in this cave. Instead, it was filled with extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual chi. In fact, there was even some heaven and earth origin chi in the heaven and earth spiritual chi. This chi was exactly the same as the one in the raw gemstone. It was called origin chi. This cave and the sky poison island were simply 2 different worlds. Who's that? Suddenly, he saw a burly figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the cave. This figure was clearly a three-eyed god, but this three-eyed god looked extremely old. His scales had all fallen off, and his 2 horns were dull and lifeless. However, there was still a faint aura of life on his body. And beside this three-eyed god, there were many skeletons. These were all thick bone banners, and it was obvious that they were left behind by the three-eyed god race. At this moment, the three-eyed god suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. The 20-year period is up again. You humans are here again. And NBSP, let's go. An ancient voice boomed out of the three-eyed god. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn as he sized up the three-eyed god. This three-eyed god seemed to be very old and was about to die. The aura on his body was very weak and posed no threat to Lu Ming. Only then did Lu Ming feel relieved. Human youth, what's wrong? You're still afraid of me, a dying man? The old three-eyed man said. What are you doing here? Lu Ming asked. According to what he knew, there were some ruins here that the three-eyed god race couldn't enter at all. If they entered, they would definitely die. Moreover, this was one of the 9 great forbidden lands, so how did the three-eyed god race get in? Could it be that the three-eyed god race can enter the Sky Poison Island? Haha, how did I get in? Do you think I wanted to come in but was forced to? This world doesn't allow the existence of beings above the spiritual god realm. We're just a trial for your human race. The ancient three-eyed god let out a low roar. What do you know? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had always felt that there was a powerful existence behind all this. The Battle of Providence was really like a place for them to train. Who was controlling everything from behind the scenes? Do you want to know? I can tell you. The ancient three-eyed god said in a low voice. Lu Ming did not speak. He listened quietly and remained cautious. Although this old three-eyed god's aura was weak, Lu Ming still did not dare to be careless. According to the ancient records, our three-eyed god race is extremely powerful and dominates the world. Outside of this world, you humans are nothing more than losers to our three-eyed god race. Nothing more than our dogs. The ancient three-eyed god sneered. Lu Ming still did not say anything. The old three-eyed god continued. In this world, a long time ago, the remaining powerful beings of the human race captured a group of my three-eyed god race and placed them in this world for my race to reproduce. Then, they used them to cultivate the geniuses of the human race. You tried to cultivate a peerless genius that could contend against my three-eyed god race in the outside world. What a fool's dream. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What was the outside world that the old three-eyed god was talking about? It should not be the world that Lu Ming was in. Could it be heaven? Back then, the three-eyed god race had appeared on that small island in the heaven realm, and they had even said that they wanted to attack the primordial realm. Could it be that the battle of Providence was being controlled by a mighty figure from the heaven realm? In an instant, Lu Ming had many thoughts in his heart. Therefore, in this world, it is impossible for anyone above the spiritual god realm to appear. As long as someone from my clan breaks through to the spiritual god realm, they will be suppressed or even killed. I was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth when I broke through to the spiritual god realm. I escaped here with a serious injury. So don't worry, I am not a threat to you. The ancient three-eyed god continued. No more. Lu Ming said. That's all. It's been too long and I only know this much? Boy, I'm just struggling on my last breath, suffering every day. Since I've said so much, come and get rid of me and let me be free. The ancient three-eyed god sighed. Kill you? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That's right. I've been dragging my broken body and suffering every day. I'd rather die. How about you help me with this? The three-eyed man said. All right. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he strode toward the three-eyed god. A long spear materialized in his hand and he aimed it at the three-eyed god. Right at this moment, the old three-eyed god's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, a black shadow rushed out from his dantian and charged toward Lu Ming. I knew you would be like this. Lu Ming sneered and retreated quickly. The mountain and river diagram circled around him as he threw a punch. The terrifying force of the punch landed on the shadow. The shadow let out a shrill cry. Although it dispersed, it condensed again in the next moment and continued to charge at Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. With a shake, it was sent flying. This is the spirit god. Lu Ming was shocked. It was only now that he was able to clearly see the appearance of the shadow. It was actually a miniature three-eyed god, and it looked exactly like the ancient three-eyed god. This was clearly the spirit god that the ancient three-eyed god had condensed. This three-eyed god had almost stepped into the spiritual god realm, but it was a pity that he was suppressed. A half-finished spiritual god is about to disappear. Since you want to kill me, I'll fulfill your wish and kill you once and for all. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to punch out with both his fists. One after another, his fists flew towards the spiritual god of the three-eyed god race. The spiritual god tried to dodge, but there were too many fist radiances. It was impossible for it to dodge all of them. It was struck by the fist radiances, and with every punch, the spiritual god would dissipate. Then it would reform and become weaker. A dozen spirit gods. Boom! Boom! Oh! As the fist radiance continued to strike out, the spiritual god became even weaker. If it was an ordinary spiritual god, Lu Ming would definitely not be a match for him. However, this old three-eyed god was suppressed before he could even break through to the spiritual god realm. He could only be considered a half-spiritual god, and his body was severely injured. He was extremely weak and completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a while, the spirit god swayed and flew back into the body of the old three-eyed god. The ancient three-eyed god let out a heaven-shaking roar. Don't even think about getting the totem pole. I'm going to destroy it. With that, the old three-eyed god's body suddenly moved, and he pounced in a certain direction. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the cave. He saw a stone pillar about 3 meters tall at the side of the cave. There were various patterns carved on the stone pillar, such as dragons, phoenixes, and tigers. This is a totem pole. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had been so focused on the old three-eyed god that he did not notice the totem pole. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards the old three-eyed god. A long spear materialized in his hand and he pierced through the old three-eyed god. Poochie! The spear pierced through the old three-eyed god's body, nailing him to the wall. I'm not willing to accept this. My three-eyed god race will annihilate the human race sooner or later. An embark, the ancient three-eyed god let out a furious and unwilling roar, and then he died. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could understand the old three-eyed divine being's unwillingness to give up. He had cultivated arduously for his entire life and was about to break through to the spiritual god realm, but he was suppressed and his entire life's efforts were in vain. He could only hide in this cave and wait for his life to run out before dying of old age here. However, the two of them were of different races and were hostile to each other. Lu Ming had no reason to sympathize with them. His gaze fell on the stone pillar. Is this the totem pole? The purpose of Lu Ming's visit was for it. Lu Ming walked to the bottom of the totem pole and hugged it with both hands. He lifted it with force but it did not move at all. It's quite heavy. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He exerted all his strength. The essential core in his body exploded, and he pulled with all his might. Boom! 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 The entire cave started to shake. Lu Ming slowly pulled out the totem pole. Rise! Lu Ming shouted and pulled the mountain with all his might. The muscles all over his body bulged and he exerted force on his waist. With a loud bang, the totem pole was pulled up. However, at this moment, the totem pole suddenly glowed brightly. More than 10 rays of black light suddenly burst out and flew towards the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because with a quick glance, he could see that the dozen or so rays of light were actually a dozen or so spiritual gods, all of them in the form of miniature three-eyed god race beings. At this moment, the skeleton of the old three-eyed divine race member flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Could those skeletons be the same as the ancient three-eyed god? The three-eyed god that was suppressed after breaking through to the spiritual god realm and died here. After they died, the spirit god attached itself to the totem pole. We've been tricked. Just now, the old three-eyed god pretended to destroy the totem pillar, but he was actually reminding Lu Ming that it was a totem pillar. He wanted to remind Lu Ming to pull it out, and once he pulled it out, the spiritual gods in the totem pillar would attack Lu Ming. However, at this moment everything happened so suddenly. It was too late for Lu Ming to dodge. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 spiritual gods rushed into Lu Ming's glabella and into his sea of consciousness. Get out! Lu Ming roared and closed his eyes. His mind appeared in his sea of consciousness and condensed into a physical form. More than a dozen spiritual gods appeared in his spiritual sea, exuding all kinds of powerful auras. Kill! One of the spiritual gods exuded a strong aura of lightning. It seemed to have no intelligence and charged at Lu Ming. Fast, extremely fast. What a powerful thunder intent. These spiritual gods are formed by energy and the intent realm of heaven and earth. Their original owner's consciousness has been destroyed, and only their instinct is left. Their instinct to kill humans. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately simulated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's body went numb. He was sent flying and his body almost dissipated. Kill! At that moment, the other spiritual god turned into a beam of fire. An extremely rich concept of fire spread out and charged at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's body seemed to be on fire as he was sent flying. His entire body was in excruciating pain. These spiritual gods wanted to obliterate Lu Ming's mind and will. If Lu Ming's will was obliterated, It would be equivalent to his death. Whoosh! A ray of golden light cut through the clouds in his sea of consciousness and slashed at Lu Ming. The creation of gold. The wills of these spiritual gods were all at the 4th level and were extremely powerful. The 4th level intent realm of heaven and earth was the highest level. These people had already mastered the highest level of intent realm, which was many times stronger than the 3rd level intent realm. Lu Ming's body was cut in half by the golden light, and a sharp pain that seeped into his soul came from his body. Lu Ming's body, which had been split in half, retreated rapidly and recondensed in the distance. However, his face was very pale. In his sea of consciousness, his body was formed by his mind. Even if it was split apart, it could still reform. However, the pain was real. His current situation was very dangerous. In the sea of consciousness, his body could indeed reform at will, but if he couldn't bear the pain and his will dissipated, his body would never be able to reform again, which meant his death. This was a test of will. My will is firm, how can I be destroyed by you? Lu Ming growled in a low voice. His eyes were extremely determined. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 spiritual gods pounced on Lu Ming. Kill? In my sea of consciousness, let's see who will kill who? Lu Ming roared and pounced on the few spiritual gods. After a few moves, Lu Ming was still scattered. However, in the distance he condensed again. His will was firm and he was unmoved. They continued to fight. He used all of his knowledge in this sea of consciousness to fight against the dozen spiritual gods. His will was firm. No matter how great the pain was, he would not be moved and would fight with all his might. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and had almost no power to fight back. However, the more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. He was getting used to fighting in his sea of consciousness. 10 days later, Lu Ming severely injured a spiritual god with the concept of fire with one punch, breaking his arm. The broken arm turned into fire concept and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire concept had actually improved by a small margin. You can do this? Then you'll become my nourishment. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a bright light. He was in high spirits as he fought against these spiritual gods. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's body continued to hold onto the totem pole. He stood in the cave unmoving. His true war dragon technique was actually circulating on its own, like a vortex, absorbing the spirit chi and origin chi of the surroundings. His cultivation base was slowly rising. In his sea of consciousness, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. A month later, a spiritual god was completely defeated by Lu Ming. The corresponding intent realm of heaven and earth was absorbed by Lu Ming, and his corresponding intent realm was improved by a large margin. A terrifying upgrade, Heaven and Earth Jade Essence. Time flew by. 1 month, 2 months. Lu Ming did not know how much time had passed. He only knew that there was a war. A great war. He was fighting with more than a dozen spirit gods. His will was incomparably firm. No matter how it was shattered, he could recover. It was as firm as a rock and there was nothing that could stop him. The dozen or so spiritual gods were defeated and scattered by Lu Ming one after another. The amazing thing was that the intent of the spiritual gods would integrate into Lu Ming's intent rune. His understanding of a certain intent rune would be greatly improved. There were more than a dozen spiritual gods, and they contained all kinds of intents. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming did not know when, but there was only one spiritual god left in his sea of consciousness. This spiritual god has comprehended the earth essence realm. What a strong defense! Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This spiritual god was protected by the intent of earth and was like a turtle shell. It was the most difficult to deal with. Lu Ming and the spiritual god continued to fight. Slowly 3 days passed. Finally, Lu Ming broke through the defense and defeated the spiritual god. Lu Ming could feel that his earth concept had improved a lot. Haha, that old three-eyed god was trying to harm me, but who would have thought that he'd help me instead? My 4 intents have all improved by a huge margin. Lu Ming laughed. With a thought, he returned to his body. He found that he was still holding the totem pole and standing there. I don't even know how long I've been fighting with those spiritual gods. Feels like a long time has passed. However, the Battle of Kismet shouldn't be over yet. Otherwise, I would have been teleported out. Lu Ming thought to himself. My cultivation level? Suddenly Lu Ming's heart trembled. He sensed it and immediately found that the true qi in his body was surging and extremely strong. It was much stronger than before. 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. This is the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had only killed a dozen or so spiritual gods in his sea of consciousness, but his cultivation had actually increased by 3 levels, from the 4th level spirit embryo realm to the early stage of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. This was simply inconceivable. Take a look at my intent realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. His wind, fire, and lightning intents had all reached the peak of level 3 upper tier. He was only one step away from the completion of level 3. The earth intent was slightly weaker, but it had also reached the late stage of level 3 upper tier. It had improved too much. How long has it been? My cultivation base has actually improved so much? It's too shocking. Lu Ming pondered secretly. At the same time, he was extremely happy. This was an opportunity, a great opportunity. What a powerful force. With my current combat strength, I can definitely kill Luo Tian easily. Lu Ming felt the majestic energy in his body, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course, he was referring to the Luo Tian of the past. He did not know how much time had passed and whether Luo Tian's cultivation had improved. There's something down there. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was something strange under the totem pole. With a thought, the totem pole was kept into his storage ring. There was a pit where the totem pole had been pulled out. Under the pit, a piece of iron with strange patterns could be seen. The iron block seemed to be very large, and only a part of it was exposed in the pit. The rest of it was covered by rocks on the ground. Lu Ming pried open the rock and realized that it was not an iron block but a huge iron box. Lu Ming took out the iron box. What was in this metal box? Lu Ming was a little curious and opened the metal box. In the iron box there were 2 jade figures that were as tall as humans. Yes, jade figures, as if they were carved out of huge precious jade. The jade figure emitted a shocking amount of life essence. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He thought of a kind of treasure, heaven and earth jade essence. That's right, this wasn't a jade person sculpted from jade, but a heaven and earth jade essence. The heaven and earth jade essence was said to be a type of supreme jade. After countless years, it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and was born by chance. If this kind of living being completely awakens its intelligence and is born, it will be extremely terrifying. Legend had it that a long time ago, a mature heaven and earth jade essence was born in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying and invincible. It could compete with or even be stronger than a martial emperor. He had stirred up a storm of blood in the East continent and was killed by a stronger being. It was extremely difficult for this heaven and earth jade essence to fully mature. Once it matured, it would be invincible in the world. However, a jade essence that had not matured and had not awakened its spiritual wisdom was a rare supreme treasure. Could really be described as rare. This was because a heaven and earth jade essence, combined with some other materials, could be used to refine a perfect body. If a spiritual god realm master's life was coming to an end, he could attach his spiritual god to the body refined by the heaven and earth jade and live another life. How precious was this? Lu Ming actually obtained 2 here. His heart was beating rapidly. At this moment he thought of the 9 Suns Paragon. If the 9 Suns Paragon had this heaven and earth jade essence, he could completely reform his physical body and return to the world. That's great. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with excitement. He was 10 times, no 100 times more excited than when he found out that his cultivation had improved greatly. Along the way, the 9 Suns Supreme had helped him too much. His current achievements were all because of the 9 Suns Supreme. Otherwise, he would still be a piece of trash who had his bloodline taken away from the Lu family of the fiery wind city of the Blazing Sun Empire. He might have been killed by someone else long ago. There was one thing that had always been on his mind, and that was to find a treasure for 9 suns supreme to form a new physical body. Now he had finally found it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood. And a jade talisman. Lu Ming found a jade talisman beside the 2 heaven and earth jade spirits. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. He knew that it was a kind of secret book that recorded cultivation techniques or jade talismans that recorded things. With a sweep of his mind, Lu Ming realized that this was a secret skill. Twin Forbidden Spell. This was the name of the secret skill. What a strange name. Lu Ming began to read the content. At one glance, Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. What a wonderful secret skill. What a strange secret skill. What a shocking secret skill. Lu Ming exclaimed continuously. According to the records of the Twin Forbidden Spell, this secret skill could actually cultivate one person into 2. That's right, there was a huge difference between cultivating 2 people and cultivating a clone. Using the heaven and earth jade essence as the material, one soul would be split into 2 and another one would be formed. This self would become the second body while the main body would be the main body. This was completely different from a clone. This was because, generally speaking, a clone could only have a portion of the original's combat strength and could not cultivate. The strength it had when it was cultivated would always be the same. However, the Twin Forbidden Spell was different. The clone he condensed was basically the same as the main body. They had the same strength and aura. They could even cultivate, comprehend, and even communicate with each other. This was terrifying and heaven-defying. This was equivalent to 2 people cultivating. The only difference was that the clone had no consciousness. It was controlled by the main body and had no distracting thoughts. It would only focus on cultivation. This was simply faster than the cultivation of the main body. Moreover, if the main body accidentally died, the consciousness could awaken in the secondary body. This was equivalent to having an extra life. How heaven-defying was this? However, there was a warning at the end of the Forbidden Twin chant. This was a forbidden technique that could only be used once in a lifetime. Otherwise, it would lead to self-destruction. People from the outer continent. Furthermore, the Twin Forbidden Art had a chance of success. If he failed the first time and tried again, the danger would increase. Oh, amazing, too amazing. No wonder there are 2 heaven and earth jade essence here. It was prepared for the Twin Forbidden Spell. Lu Ming was amazed and his heart was pounding. Anyone would be tempted by such a heaven-defying secret technique. It just so happens that I have 2 heaven and earth jade essences. I'll give one to Senior Zhuyang, and I'll keep the other one to practice the Twin Forbidden Spell. If I can't succeed in one attempt, then I'll give up. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Then he carefully closed the metal box and put it away. It was impossible to cultivate such a secret skill now. Other than the heaven and earth jade essence, he needed other materials, especially those that could nurture the soul. He could only cultivate it after the War of Providence was over. Let's take a look at the Book of Destiny. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming realized that his luck value had reached more than 300,000. In other words, this trip to the Sky Poison Island had increased his luck value by more than 200,000. This time it was a truly great opportunity. 9 totem pillars appeared? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized that the notification from the Book of Destiny stated that 9 totem pillars had appeared. There was one more pillar to go before he could open the ancient city of Providence. It seems that a lot of time has really passed. The Battle of Providence is probably ending soon. Lu Ming estimated that he had stayed here for at least a few months. Time to go out. After keeping the items, Lu Ming looked around and made sure that there were no other items. He then strode outside. When he walked out of the cave, the thick poisonous gas was still outside. Lu Ming released the devouring power to cover his entire body and resist the poisonous gas. He then strode out. After leaving the cave, Lu Ming's footsteps became faster and faster. He traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. After that, poisonous insects began to appear. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved greatly, and his combat strength was much stronger than before. Naturally, he could pass through them easily. Along the way, he also found many spiritual herbs and picked them up. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the edge of the Sky Poison Island. On the surface of the lake, there was a thick green poisonous gas floating around. The poisonous gas would only dissipate once every 3 months. Clearly it was not time yet. No, I can't wait any longer. If the Battle of Kismet is in 10 days or half a month, I'll miss it if I stay here. If I rush out, the mountain and river diagram should be able to stop me, right? Lu Ming had a thought and entered the mountain and river diagram. In the air, there was only one scroll of the mountain and river diagram floating. Lu Ming controlled the mountain and river diagram from within and flew towards the surface of the lake. Instantly, the mountain and river diagram was surrounded by poisonous gas. Fortunately, the mountain and river diagram's materials were extraordinary and of a very high level. It successfully resisted the invasion of the poisonous gas. Very quickly, the mountain and river diagram crossed the lake's surface and returned to the shore. Lu Ming appeared from the mountain and river diagram and put it away. Phew, I'm finally out. Let's go find Qi Shui and the others. Let's see how long it'll be before the Battle of Providence ends. I wonder what happened during this time? Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. During this period he tried to send messages to Bai Qixue, Wen Zhongli and the others using the Jade Talisman, but they could not get out. It seemed that they were too far apart. Lu Ming could only fly in search. After flying for a day and covering a few million miles, Lu Ming did not encounter a single person. Not only did he not encounter a single person, he didn't even encounter the three-eyed god race. Strange, something's not right. I've flown for millions of miles. It's impossible that I didn't encounter a single person. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He felt very strange. He went back to where Bai Qixue and the others had gathered, but there was no one there. Apparently they had left a long time ago. I don't believe this. Let's go take a look at the three-eyed god race's royal city, and capture a few of them to ask about the situation. With a single thought, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the three-eyed god's royal city according to the map he had obtained from the three-eyed god. The capital city of the three-eyed god race was at the center of this world. Lu Ming flew for an entire day before he neared the borders of the capital. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, there were 2 blood-red rays of light in front of them, shooting towards the north. Just as Lu Ming was overjoyed and was about to give chase, the 2 rays of light suddenly stopped and flew toward Lu Ming. The light dissipated and 2 young men appeared. 2 young men in blood-red robes with long sabers on their backs exuded a powerful and bloody saber intent. Could they be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the 2 young men without saying a word. Haha, there's still someone from the Divine Wilderness continent here. He actually dares to run around on his own, just in time to kill him, and his fate points will belong to us. A young man with a big mole on his chin looked at Lu Ming coldly. His luck value is yours. His storage ring is mine. The other young man spoke as well, looking as if Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled and his mind was spinning rapidly. They call us people from the Divine Wilderness continent? The people of the Divine Wilderness continent would never address them this way. Could it be that these 2 people were not from the Divine Wilderness continent? But how is that possible? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Since ancient times, the war for karmic luck had always been carried out on its own. The Divine Wilderness continent's 5 huge regions carried out their own activities. They had never done it together before. Furthermore, it was done by people from the other continents. Now, why would someone from another continent appear? It seemed that while Lu Ming was on the Sky Poison Island, there had been some changes outside. This kid isn't speaking. Is he a mute? The young man with the mole on his chin sneered. Who cares what he is, just kill him. Another youth said. Where are you guys from? At this moment Lu Ming suddenly spoke. So you're not a mute. Death is near, so there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Bloodblade continent. Die, kid. The young man with the mole sneered. The saber intent on his body soared. A blood-red saber energy, thousands of meters long, slashed at Lu Ming. These two youths had extremely powerful auras and had reached the 5th-level spirit embryo realm. If they were placed before Lu Ming entered the Sky Poison Island, they would be ranked in the 40th or 50th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Bang! Lu Ming waved his hand slightly and the blood-colored astral saber collapsed. The two young men's expressions changed. The two young men's eyes turned serious when they saw that the man was able to shatter the mole-faced young man's saber energy so easily. The Bloodblade Continent? Why are you here? Also, where are the Divine Wilderness Continent's elites? Lu Ming took a step forward. His eyes turned cold and he asked a few questions. Kid, go to hell and ask. The mole-faced young man shouted coldly as his killing intent exploded. His blood chi soared into the sky and turned into a huge saber. This cultivation technique was similar to the cultivation technique of the 7th blood sword of the Heavenly Corpse sect, but the cultivation technique of the people of the Bloodblade Continent was purer. Let's attack together. The other young man shouted coldly as his saber aura expanded. The blood-red saber aura actually contained the aura of fire. Talisman sect disciples in danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Oh! Two blood-colored astral blades slashed down at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He strode forward and slapped twice. With two crisp sounds, the two blood-red sword gleams were shattered. The pupils of the two young men from the Bloodblade Continent contracted rapidly, and their eyes revealed extreme shock. The two of them had used almost all their strength in the two slashes just now, but they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Not good, it's a top expert, let's go. The mole-faced young man shouted and turned to run. The other person felt the same way. They knew that they had encountered one of the top elites of the Divine Wilderness Continent. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He took a step forward and his body was like a stream of light. In the next moment he had caught up with the two of them and struck out with his palms twice. Although the two of them tried their best to block, they were still hit and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They crashed into the ground and left a huge pit in the ground. Lu Ming descended, and his immense aura enveloped the two of them. He said coldly, "Speak, where are the people from the Divine Wilderness Continent?" "Don't even think about it. If I say it, won't I still die? Anyway, I won't tell you if I die." The mole-faced young man's eyes were filled with madness. At the same time, a blood-red light flashed, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. With a loud roar, he turned into a blade light and rushed in a direction. The other young man also looked crazy. He turned into a blade light and rushed in another direction. "You're looking for death." With the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming was the first to chase after the young man with the big mole. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, how fast would he be if he used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps? He caught up to the mole-faced young man in a few moments and killed him with a punch. Immediately, Lu Ming turned around and charged at another person. Kill! That person was extremely crazy. Seeing that he could not escape, his eyes turned red and he charged towards Lu Ming like a wild beast. However, there was a huge difference in their abilities and they were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. The cultivation technique of the people from the Bloodblade Continent was overbearing, and they were not afraid of death. They were extremely crazy, and Lu Ming did not manage to get any information from them. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared and devoured the blood essence and energy of the 2 young men from the Bloodblade Continent. Just now the 2 of them were heading north. Perhaps if we head north we might be able to find something. With an idea in mind, Lu Ming flew north. To the north of Lu Ming, 1,000,000 miles away, a huge battle was going on in the mountains. On a mountain peak, light flickered and was incomparably dazzling. Inscriptions filled the air and many large arrays appeared, forming a light barrier that covered the entire mountain peak within. There were about a few hundred people on the mountain peak. All of them were disciples of the Talisman sect. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were constantly inscribing inscriptions around the mountain. The one in the lead had long Asilavira hair and 2 eyes. He was Huanjin. With him as the leader, Wenqini, Baichishuo, Ji-Mai and the others were also among them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the mountain peak, a blood-red blade light rose. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth apart. It slashed towards Huanjun and the others. The blade light struck the light shield, causing it to tremble. Huanjun and the others also trembled slightly. There were more than a dozen people around the mountain peak, but a few of them had shocking auras and were extremely terrifying. Every one of them was wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a blood-red saber. He was dressed exactly the same as the two youths from the Bloodblade continent that Lu Ming had met before. Talisman Amulet Sect, with your measly strength you can all die. A young man with long blood-red hair said coldly. His strength was the most terrifying and his aura was powerful. With a single slash the light shield trembled violently. Why are you so ruthless? Our Talisman Amulet Sect has no intention of fighting with you for the last totem pole. Huanjun said. A bunch of flies. They're in the way. Moreover, you have quite a lot of luck points. You'll be a piece of fat meat even if I snatch you. The blood-red-haired youth laughed coldly. The other young men also sneered. More than a dozen of them attacked together, and the blade light kept slashing toward the mountain peak. When Zhongli, Bai Qixue and the rest were trembling, they had used up a lot of their spiritual power. If this continued, their spiritual power would be completely depleted. Once they lost the protection of the formation, the Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples would be killed by the other party. The other party was too powerful. This was only a portion of the Bloodblade continent's people, but there were two people who were on the same level as Huanzhan. Once the formation was broken, Huanzhan could only stop one person. The other person could easily kill the others. Furthermore, the other 10 or so young men were also extremely powerful. Some people revealed bitter expressions. The battle for Providence this time was beyond their imagination. To think that the chosen of other continents would intervene. It was even more dangerous than the previous battles for Providence. If they didn't handle it well, the Talisman Sect would be completely annihilated. I'll inscribe a formation later to block them with all my strength. You guys hurry up and leave. Huanzhan suddenly sent a message to Wen Zhongli, Bai Qixue and the others. Senior brother Huanzhan, we can't leave together. Wen Zhongli said hurriedly. If Huanzhan left only one person to stop them, they would definitely be in trouble. That's right, we'll leave together and stay together. The others also called out. None of you can escape Blood God's saber wheel. Break. The young man with long blood-red hair shouted coldly. An even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. A huge blood-red wheel appeared above his head. This blood-red wheel seemed to be made up of countless blood-red sabers. It spun rapidly and was as big as a mountain. It crushed toward the light shield on the mountain. Not good, hold on. Huanzhan and the others' expressions changed. The mental energy fire between their brows throbbed rapidly, spreading out and surging into the inscriptions around them. Boom! The blood-colored wheel of blades hit the light shield of the mountain heavily. The earth rumbled and the mountain shook violently. The light shields that covered the mountain shattered one after another. And NBSP. Huanzhan and the others' expressions changed and their bodies trembled. Those with lower cultivation spat out blood. The disciples who were sitting cross-legged or in the middle of recovery or healing also stood up to help guard the array. However, the blood-red wheel of blades was too terrifying. It kept spinning like countless sabers, constantly slashing at the light shield. Bang! 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 The light shield continued to explode and was about to be completely shattered. Release the puppets and use the inscription scrolls to open up a path. Charge out! Huanzhan shouted. At this moment, with a loud bang, all the arrays collapsed and the light shield was shattered. Many Talisman Puppet Sect disciples released their puppets and surrounded the crowd. At the same time, a series of inscription scrolls were activated, either to protect themselves or to attack, and they all rushed in one direction. You want to escape? All of you die. The red-haired young man controlled the huge wheel of blades and pressed forward, shattering countless puppets. More than a dozen blade lights slashed out, attacking the puppet and the inscription scrolls. Although the Talisman Amulet Sect had many people, most of their combat strength was not strong. They were far from the top experts of the Bloodblade continent. The weakest of the dozen or so people from the Bloodblade continent were 4th-level spirit embryo realm prodigies. Ah! Screams rang out as a talisman sect disciple was killed. Chapter 948 Domineering Kill. Damn it! Oh! Huanzhan and the others roared and retaliated. However, the blood-haired young man had his eyes on Huanzhan and used his huge wheel of blades to suppress him. No matter how strong Huanzhan was, he could only barely protect himself. Haha, die! A skinny monkey-like young man from the Bloodblade continent was extremely agile. He was like an agile flying knife that constantly flickered. Blade light crisscrossed and shattered a few puppets. A few bolts of lightning were sent flying, and he killed a talisman amulet sect disciple with a single strike. Then, he took a deep breath and absorbed the blood chi of the talisman sect disciple he had killed through his nose. Ha ha ha, it's so delicious. This blood chi. The skinny monkey-like young man's face was filled with enjoyment, but his gaze became even more sinister. Whoosh! At this moment, a spear radiance pierced through the void from the south. It was extremely fast as it stabbed towards Shou-Ho. What is it? The skinny monkey was shocked. He wanted to dodge immediately, but he realized that he was completely locked on by the spear radiance. The terrifying killing intent enveloped his body, and he had no way to take it away. He could only use all his strength to resist. A terrifying blade light shot out from Shou-Ho's hand. However, when it clashed with the spear light, the blade light was shattered. The spear light burst out and pierced through Shou-Ho's throat. Skinny Monkey's eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness, and then he died. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen spear lights flew over and stabbed at more than a dozen Heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade continent. Ah! Several screams were heard as several experts from the Bloodblade continent were killed. Who is it? You should die. The red-haired young man roared in anger and controlled the huge blade wheel to block the remaining spear radiance. The other paragons of the Bloodblade continent were shocked. They didn't continue to surround the talisman amulet sect's disciples. Instead, they moved closer to the blood-haired youth and looked in the direction of the spear light. Huanzhan and the others looked in that direction. Who would come to save their talisman amulet sect? A blue-robed young man stepped through the air and appeared before everyone. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Bai Qixue was the first to shout. The person who had attacked just now was Lu Ming, who had come all the way from the south. On his way to the north, he didn't expect to encounter the experts of the Bloodblade continent besieging the talisman puppet sect's disciples. Needless to say, the two youths from the Bloodblade continent were most likely here to help. Lu Ming, he's not dead. Wen Jishur, Gongfei, and the rest were overjoyed. Previously, on the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming had gone all the way and never came back. Later, the poison gas sealed the island and everyone who had not died had left the Sky Poison Island, but Lu Ming did not come out. Wen Jishur and Gongfei thought that Lu Ming had met with an accident in the depths of the Sky Poison Island and had died. After they brought the news back, the disciples of the talisman sect sighed and Bai Qixue even cried a few times. He did not expect that Lu Ming was not dead and had even appeared at this time. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Leave this place quickly. Bai Qixue's face suddenly changed and she shouted. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Wen Jishur also shouted. Although Lu Ming was strong, he had easily killed a few 4th-level spirit embryo realm geniuses. This was enough to prove that Lu Ming's strength had improved again. However, they were definitely no match for the red-haired young man. They were strong enough to fight with the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even Huanzhan was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was here. Wasn't he courting death? It's too late to leave now. You have to pay with your life for killing my people. The red-haired young man's voice was extremely cold. The huge wheel of blades was floating above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. It was a powerful secret treasure. You've killed my talisman amulet sect's disciples. All of you must die. Lu Ming did not retreat. He continued to walk forward step by step. His voice was even colder than the blood-haired young man's. Oh, what big words. I'll kill him. A burly young man stepped out. He was more than 2 meters tall, 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. The muscles on his body bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. He held a huge sword the size of a door and stared at Lu Ming like a wild beast. Buzz! He held the sword with both hands and rushed toward Lu Ming, slashing down. The 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was this youth's cultivation. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy. Scales covered his entire body as he threw a punch. Clang! The fist hit the saber, causing it to shake. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, it collapsed and metal fragments flew everywhere. Lu Ming's figure did not stop, nor did his fist. He continued to blast out. Bang! The fist landed on the burly young man's body. The burly young man screamed as a big hole was pierced through his chest. He was killed immediately. The devouring power in his hand burst out, and the burly young man turned into a dry corpse in front of everyone's horrified eyes. He's so strong. Lu Ming Zongzi is so strong. One of the talisman amulet sect's disciples said excitedly. A peerless genius of the 6th level Spirit Embryo Realm had been killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. What kind of combat strength did Lu Ming have? Bai Qixue and the others opened their eyes wide. Lu Ming's combat strength is much stronger than it was 5 months ago. When Lezhang said, "Can he be a match for those people?" Bai Qixue looked at the red-haired young man, still worried. "I don't know." When Jishur shook his head. At this moment, the young men from the Bloodblade continent also widened their eyes in shock. The red-haired young man's eyes also became serious. "Kill! Die!" Lu Ming shouted. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and his killing intent was like a tide. His figure was like lightning as he charged directly at the youth from the Bloodblade continent. "Let's attack together and kill him!" The red-haired young man shouted and controlled the huge wheel of blades to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the mountain and river diagram appeared. It expanded rapidly and surrounded the huge wheel of blades. The huge wheel of blades kept spinning and bombarding, but it could not break through the defense of the mountain and river diagram. "Damn it! I'll still kill you even without the knife wheel. Die!" The red-haired young man shouted coldly and slashed with his saber. There was another youth who was just as terrifying. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm, and his combat strength was extremely shocking. He was definitely not weaker than the demonic Lord Luo Tian. Both of them were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and it opened its mouth to roar. Its devouring power erupted, enveloping all the youths of the Bloodblade continent. Those with lower cultivation bases trembled, and their eyes filled with shock. Their true yuan and qi were unstable, and they were about to be forcibly devoured. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming instantly struck 5 palms and kicked 6 times, killing 5 youths from the Bloodblade continent. He also used his shoulder to kill another person. On the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming had fought with more than a dozen spiritual gods in his sea of consciousness for a long time. Besides the increase in his cultivation, his use of martial arts techniques had also been greatly improved. Now, every muscle and bone in his body could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Even his hair could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. With a wave of his hand, it contained the supreme power to suppress the 9 nether prison. At the same level, his combat strength was much stronger. It had increased by 30%. 5 more days. In other words, Lu Ming's combat strength was 30% stronger than his own before he entered the Sky Poison Island. Oh! Before he entered the Sky Poison Island, he was no match for the current him in a battle of the same level. In other words, his ability to fight above his level had become stronger. Boom! Boom! There were 2 loud bangs. Only the blood-haired young man and the other 2 most powerful people could compete with Lu Ming. However, they were also shocked. Lu Ming could actually kill the other experts while fighting the 2 of them. His combat strength was terrifyingly strong. Buzz! Buzz! The saber chi soared to the sky, and the remaining people all unleashed their bloodlines. They were all blood-red warblade bloodlines, but their levels were different. There were 6 golden chakras on the blades of the red-haired young man and the other young man. Divine level rank 6 bloodline. As for the remaining few, they all had 5th level divine level bloodlines. The rest of the people used bloodline fusion at the same time, turning into blood-red sabers with shocking saber intent. Lu Ming, let me help you. Huanzhen stepped into the air. With every step, runes filled the air. No need. Help me hold the line and prevent anyone from escaping, Lu Ming said. This made Huanzhen stunned. Was Lu Ming going to make everyone from the Bloodblade continent stay here? Isn't he too confident? The other Talisman sect members looked at each other in shock and anticipation. Such big words, watch how I kill you. One of the sabers let out a furious roar and expanded to 1,000 meters in size, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and merged with the 9-dragon bloodline. The 9-dragon bloodline roared and its 9 claws stepped out. Boom! Boom! Violent energy blasted out. Other than the 2 divine level 6 blood sabers, the other blood sabers all exploded and turned back into human form. They fell to the ground and were no longer alive. The 2 divine level 6 blood sabers were also trembling non-stop. Their saber chi collapsed and they were sent flying. The 2 of them were at the 7th level spirit embryo realm, the same level as Lu Ming. How could they be his match? Lu Ming had never met an opponent of the same level. Not good, he's too strong. Let's go split up. The blood-haired young man's shocked voice came from one of the blood-red blades. Lu Ming's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 blood-red blades fled in 2 different directions. Where should we go? In one of the directions, a formation appeared, and an illusory figure suddenly appeared there, blocking a blood-red saber. Dodge! A voice came from the blood saber and the saber light slashed at Huanzhen. Huanzhen's Silavira hair danced in the wind and his eyes glowed with Silavira light. Around him, formations appeared and turned into Silavira swords that slashed at Bloody Blade. Boom! Boom! The rumbling continued, and the blood-red saber could not break through at all. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped in the air and caught up with the other blood saber. The blood-red saber was transformed from the blood-haired young man. The 9 dragons clawed at the blood saber. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the bloody blade let out an angry roar, and its blade chi rose sharply, slashing at the 9 dragons. However, under the 9 dragons' all-conquering dragon claws, they were all in vain, and the saber chi was destroyed. Clang! Clang! The 9 dragon claws grabbed the blood-red saber one after another and pulled with all their might. The blood-red saber shattered into pieces with a bang, and the figure of the red-haired young man reappeared in the air. At this moment, his face was full of panic, and his eyes were filled with horror. Oh! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and charged at him. Even if you can kill me, I won't let you have an easy time. The red-haired young man had a ferocious look on his face. He pounced on Lu Ming without fear of death. It was a pity that there was a huge gap between his combat strength and Lu Ming's. It was not something that could be made up for by fearlessness. After a few moves, he was torn apart by Lu Ming and died on the spot. Then, the dragon twisted its body and pounced at the last youth from the Bloodblade continent. The result was destined. Lu Ming and Huanzhen were together and the young man was killed in a few moves. Not far away, the Talisman sect's disciples were completely silent. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. The group of powerful Bloodblade continent's young men, who had followed Lu Ming here, were killed in an instant. Among them, 2 of them were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Such people were also killed by Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. It made them feel like they were in a dream. The Talisman sect disciples who had been with Lu Ming were still in a better state. However, those who had not seen Lu Ming since the Battle of Providence were even more shocked. Before the Battle of Providence, although Lu Ming was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Not many people thought that Lu Ming could compete with such a figure. First, Lu Ming could kill such a figure. After the shock, it was ecstasy. Lu Ming was the candidate of the talisman sect. The stronger he was, the stronger the talisman sect would be. Naturally, they would be happy. Devouring power burst out of the mouths of the 9 dragon bloodline cultivators, devouring all the vital essence and blood essence of the Bloodblade continent cultivators. Now Lu Ming no longer had to worry about using the 9 dragon bloodline. After devouring, Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. Lu Ming, thank you very much for this. Huanzhen cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Ming's progress was too great. Truth be told, when he first met Lu Ming, although Huanzhen was very polite, that was just his personality. He did not expect Lu Ming to reach this level, and did not treat Lu Ming as a prodigy of his level. But now, not only had Lu Ming achieved it, but his ability had probably surpassed him. No need to thank me. Fortunately, I'm not late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, where have you been all this time? Why don't I see him? The other disciples of the talisman amulet sect also surrounded him. Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with joy and resentment. That's right, Lu Ming. Our little Scarlet Snow has been very worried about you during this period of time. She misses you so much that she doesn't even have the appetite to eat or drink. Haha. On the side, Wen Jisher teased. Senior brother Wen Yu. Nonsense, what does his life or death have to do with me? Bai Qixue stomped her feet and her face turned red. Haha, you're shy. Wen Zhongli laughed out loud. On the side, the others also laughed. Having escaped death, everyone was very relaxed. Bai Qixue's face and neck turned even redder. She did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Looking at Bai Qixue's shy expression, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This girl, don't tell me she really likes me. It seems that I can't tease her in the future. Lu Ming thought in his heart. What's going on with the people of the Bloodblade continent? Why was everyone attacked by the people of the Bloodblade continent? Also, how much longer is there until the Battle of Kismet ends in a year? Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and asked. As he spoke, he refined the energy that he had devoured. Most of the youths from the Bloodblade continent cultivated either the blood or blade concepts, which were of no use to him. Lu Ming, there's only 5 days left until the 1-year Battle of Providence. Huanzhen said. 5 days? I've actually stayed on the Sky Poison Island for more than 5 months. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Reason. Although he had guessed that he had stayed on the Sky Poison Island for a long time, he did not expect that it had already been more than 5 months. If he had been any later, the Battle of Providence would have ended directly. Oh, it was no wonder that his cultivation had soared so quickly. In the past 5 months he had advanced 3 cultivation realms. That was not too fast. After all, he had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. If he were to fight with the 3-eyed god race outside, he might be able to increase his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. Lu Ming, you went deep into the Sky Poison Island and never came back. The poisonous gas inside was too strong, and we couldn't go in. We were really afraid that something had happened to you. What happened to you on the Sky Poison Island? When Zhongli asked. Lu Ming then told him about his encounter with the 3-eyed god. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Lu Ming had actually encountered the attacks of more than 10 spiritual gods from the 3-eyed god race on the Sky Poison Island. Furthermore, the battle in his sea of consciousness had lasted for several months. In the end, his skills had even improved greatly. It was truly amazing. After all, when a spiritual god realm master lost his physical body, his spiritual god would not stay in the world for long and would dissipate. Only some special treasures could allow the spirit god to be preserved. The totem pole of the Sky Poison Island was probably that kind of treasure. However, there was something strange about it. Even the totems of the other 8 forbidden areas did not have a spirit god attached to them. Lu Ming guessed that it was most likely related to the Sky Poison Island. There was not a trace of poisonous gas in that cave. Instead, it was filled with spiritual qi and origin qi. When Jisher was good with words, he immediately started to explain what had happened during this period of time. About half a month ago, the 9 forbidden grounds were all broken and the 9 totem pillars were obtained. Only the final totem pillar in the three-eyed god race's capital remained. As long as he obtained this final totem pillar, he would be able to open the ancient city of Providence. However, at this moment, a heaven's favorite from another continent appeared. It was the heaven's favorite from the Bloodblade continent. As soon as the Bloodblade continent's heaven's favorites entered, they started to kill. Many of the four overlord forces, heaven's favorites, were killed. After the slaughter, they knew that the prodigies of the Bloodblade continent were also participating in the battle for Providence. They had also completed their mission, and their final goal was the final totem pillar in the three-eyed god race's capital. If the Bloodblade continent could obtain that totem pillar, they would be able to open their ancient city of Providence. Whoever managed to obtain the last totem pillar would be able to open the ancient city of Providence, and those who failed to do so would be considered to have failed. The heaven's favorites of the Bloodblade continent were very powerful, even slightly stronger than those of the East continent. More importantly, they were all very united and seemed to come from the same force. The four overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory were too scattered and suffered a crushing defeat in the beginning. In the end, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley had to join forces to have the strength to contend with the Bloodblade continent. As for the Talisman Amulet sect, they were directly excluded by the three major factions. They refused to let the Talisman Amulet sect join. It was obvious that they wanted to use the Bloodblade continent to destroy the Talisman Amulet sect. The Talisman Amulet sect had been hiding under the leadership of the Zongzis from fantasy reality. However, they were still found by the Bloodblade continent 2 days ago, which was why they had fought. It's a pity that Guantao, Lu Song, and a few others have all died in battle. When Jishur sighed. Guantao and Lu Song were the Talisman sect's top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were also one of the 13 Zongzis. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the Talisman sect members and realized that many of them were missing. Out of the 13 candidates of the Talisman sect, only 6 were present, 7 were missing. The total number of people from the Talisman Amulet sect was only slightly more than 300. Are these the only people left in the Talisman Amulet sect? Lu Ming asked. Almost there. Even if there are some who are still in the ruins, there are definitely not many. When Jishur sighed. The other Talisman sect disciples also looked dejected. The Talisman Amulet sect had a total of about 1,000 people, but now there were only about 300 left. The losses were extremely heavy. One had to know that these were the elites of the Talisman sect's younger generation. In every battle of Providence, a large number of geniuses would die in battle. However, every time there was a battle of Providence, the major factions would send all their geniuses in. This was because once someone obtained a great opportunity, all the sacrifices would be worth it. For example, this time Bai Qixue had obtained the inheritance of the emperor. Even if hundreds of people died in the battle, it was worth it. The inheritance of an emperor was extremely precious. Not only could it bring many different formations and inscriptions to the Talisman sect, but also Bai Qixue's future would be limitless. Even if she could not reach the height of an emperor in the future, as long as she could become a supreme being, it would be worth it. We'd better leave this place first. I'm afraid that the other heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade continent will soon find out that their heaven's favorite has been killed. At that time they will come to kill us. We will be in real danger. Wanjun said. Not bad. When Jishur nodded. All of you, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming waved his hand and the mountain and river diagram flew toward him. The Wheel of Blades, having lost its owner, stood still in the air and was put away by Lu Ming. Huan Zhan and the rest had long heard that Lu Ming had a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. They were overjoyed to hear that. As long as they entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming would bring them to another place alone. The people from the Bloodblade continent would definitely not be able to find them. Immediately, the Talisman Amulet sect members were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming put the mountain and river diagram away, turned into a rainbow light, and left the place. In a valley millions of miles away, Lu Ming appeared and released the people from the Talisman Amulet sect. Some of the injured disciples began to heal their injuries, while those who were not injured began to carve formations around them. There were only 5 days left until the 1-year deadline. They had no intention of looking for any more opportunities. They just had to wait for the last 5 days to pass. Right now, the Heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade continent and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace should be near the royal city, waiting for an opportunity to get the last totem pillar, right? Lu Ming asked. That's right. There are still 5 days left. They will definitely make a move in these few days. Otherwise, they won't have the chance anymore. If they don't get the last totem pillar, then all the luck they've obtained during this period of time will be wasted. The top Heaven's favorites will definitely not be satisfied with this. Huanzhen nodded. In fact, the Bloodblade continent and the three-party alliance had already fought once before to attack the royal city. However, there were extremely powerful existences in the royal city, experts who were infinitely close to the spiritual god realm and could easily attack the spiritual god realm. Last time there was an expert of that level who attacked and forcefully broke into the spiritual god realm, killing several powerful geniuses from both sides. However, in the end, the three-eyed god who forced his way into the spiritual god realm also exploded and died. They must have been suppressed to death by the laws of heaven and earth of this world. When Jishur explained. Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for the three-eyed god race to have such existences. The spiritual god realm experts that Lu Ming encountered on the Sky Poison Island were all elders of the three-eyed god race who were nearing the end of their lifespans. They had no choice but to give it their all and attempt to break through to the spiritual god realm. In the end, they were suppressed. However, there were definitely some within the three-eyed god race that had yet to reach the end of their lifespans and could break through to the spiritual god stage at any time. Chapter 951 Attacking the Capital. Those existences were incomparably powerful, far more so than the ordinary three-eyed gods. Oh, this was because anyone who could break through to the spiritual god realm was a genius among geniuses. The foundation for a human warrior to break through to the spiritual god realm was to awaken a divine bloodline. Without awakening a divine bloodline, there was a 99% chance that one would not be able to break through to the spiritual god realm. Only those who had awakened a divine-level bloodline were qualified to break through to the spiritual god realm. However, that was all. Many who had awakened a first or even second-level divine-level bloodline would fail to break through to the spiritual god realm. Of course, the higher the level of the awakened divine bloodline, the higher the success rate would be. The spiritual god realm could have a lifespan of 5,000 years. In the Eastern Barren Land, there were hundreds of large regions. How many spiritual god realm experts had accumulated in the past 5,000 years? Very few. And how many among the younger generation had awakened divine bloodlines? There were 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents alone, and there were also new talents. If those with divine bloodlines could break through to the spiritual god realm, there would be hundreds of them in this generation. How was that possible? Even if this generation was at its golden age, it would be good enough if 100 or 200 people could break through to the spiritual god realm. Many god-tier geniuses might not even be able to defeat the spirit god. That was why those who could break through to the spiritual god realm were all geniuses among geniuses. They were all extremely powerful, and with such an existence in the royal three-eyed god race, it wouldn't be easy for the two forces to seize the last totem pillar. Lu Ming, are you going to fight for the last totem pole? Huanzhen asked. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Why not? If both sides fight, I might be able to benefit from it. With your combat strength, you might have a chance. Unfortunately, I was injured in the previous battle and can't help you, Huanzhen said. No need to help. I'm just going to take a look. It's better to hide alone. If there's an opportunity, I'll wait for it. If there's no opportunity, then forget it, Lu Ming said with a smile. Huanzhen pondered for a moment. His hand glowed and an inscription talisman scroll appeared. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, this is a peculiar inscription talisman that I obtained previously. As long as you activate it with your own mental energy fire, you can condense 8 people that look exactly like you. Moreover, they all have the same aura. It might be helpful for your trip. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not decline and kept it, saying, "Many thanks, I will definitely repay this favor in the future." This inscription scroll was very precious. It could actually condense 8 people with the same aura as the user. It could definitely save a life at a critical moment. This was clearly a treasure that Huanzhan had obtained from the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming was very grateful that Huanzhan was willing to give such a treasure to him. "You're welcome. You saved me before." Huanzhan laughed. He was a handsome man that could make women jealous. "Then I'll go to the capital. If there's anything, you can contact me at any time," Lu Ming said. Then he looked at Bai Qixue, who was not far away, and turned to leave. "Lu Ming." Bai Qixue called him from behind. "Miss Bai, don't worry, I'll be fine." Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. He headed for the capital. "Why did he call me Miss Bai? Didn't you just call me Qixue?" Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming's back as he left, lost in thought. There are rumors that during the war in Nine Dragons, Lu Ming did it for a woman. Could that woman be Lu Ming's lover? Thinking of this, Bai Qixue let out a long sigh, and her eyes looked a bit sad. A beam of light streaked across the sky, traveling 100 miles in an instant. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the territory where the three-eyed god race's imperial city was. He carved an array for himself to conceal his aura, and then continued to move forward. Soon, a magnificent city appeared in front of them. This was the royal city of the three-eyed god race. There were three-eyed god soldiers patrolling on the tall and majestic city walls, day and night. Last time, the prodigies from both sides charged into the capital, and this caused the three-eyed god race to be even more cautious. "I'll wait here. I guess the two sides will start fighting in a few days." Lu Ming hid in a secret place and observed the capital from afar. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed day by day, but neither side made a move. Obviously, both sides had the same idea, waiting for the other side to make the first move, and then reap the benefits. On the last day, both sides finally could not hold back and attacked at almost the same time. From the south and north of the capital, there were more than 100 rainbow lights each, rushing towards the capital at an extreme speed. Both sides had sent out more than 100 people. Each one of them was a heaven's favorite among heaven's favorites, and they were extremely powerful. Enemy attack. An NBSP die. A furious roar immediately erupted from the three-eyed god race's capital city, and the entire city exploded with powerful energy. Kill. The battle cries shook the heavens. More than 100 people from both the north and south charged into the capital like a sharp knife. Every one of them was a heaven's favorite who could jump several levels and kill their opponents. They were extremely powerful, especially a top heaven's favorite like Luo Tian. He was so powerful that he could easily kill a 9th-level spirit embryo realm cultivator. A brilliant light flashed, and although the three-eyed god race had a lot of people, they were instantly killed. The two sides quickly rushed towards the center of the capital. Those few people in the lead are so strong. Lu Ming watched from afar and his eyes narrowed. On the north side was the allied army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley. The few people in the lead were extremely powerful. Their attacks erupted and killed anyone who stood in their way. A golden-robed youth wearing a golden crown slashed out with his sword. Regardless of whether they were at the 9th level or the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, they were all killed in one move. Lu Ming even discovered that a powerful existence with a perfected spirit embryo was killed by him with one slash. Strong, extremely powerful. This man's aura is similar to Di Feng's. He must be Di Shan, the top talent among the young generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, and the top one on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit. Emperor God was also the descendant of martial Emperor Di, but he was terrifyingly talented. Some people said that his talent was not weaker than martial Emperor Di's when he was young, and he had the potential to become an emperor in the future. Beside the emperor, the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley also had their own powerful heaven's favorites. In the south, in the Bloody Blade continent, there were also proud sons of heaven on the same level as the Emperor God level. In just a few minutes, They had broken through many obstacles and were about to reach the center of the capital. You still dare to charge in? You're looking for death. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the center of Yunwu City. Then, a beam of light with lightning struck toward the Emperor God. The Emperor God struck out with his sword and destroyed the light beam, but he was also stopped. Then, several beams of light burst out in succession, shooting toward the north and south. The Bloody Blade Continent and the Eastern Barren Territory were both attacked. So there are still old guys like you. You guys block the other three-eyed gods, and we'll take the totem pillar. The Emperor God's voice was heard. Then, he, together with the most powerful paragons of the Heavenly Demon Tribe and the Heavenly Corpse Sect, charged forward as if they had met their match. Sword chi and saber light shot up into the sky in the capital. And NBSP, the Bloodblade Continent, was doing the same. The strongest few charged forward while the others blocked the other three-eyed gods. Chapter 952, Taking Action. It seems that there are still people who are about to break through to the spiritual god realm in Yunwu City. Otherwise, no one can stop the Emperor God and the others. Oh! Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he smiled. The other party was competing with the strong, which gave him a chance. Lu Ming turned into a shadow and rushed toward the capital. Firstly, he came from the north, along the route that the three parties from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had taken. And NBSP. There were almost no obstructions along the way, and the three-eyed god race had all been drawn to the center. On the way, he saw many corpses of three-eyed gods. Swallow! Lu Ming controlled his nine-dragon bloodline and started devouring it crazily. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to devour those of a lower level. He only devoured the corpses of three-eyed god race beings of the 7th level spirit embryo realm and above. One by one, the corpses of the three-eyed god race turned into dried corpses. Along the way, he had devoured over 37th level spirit embryo realm, a dozen 8th level spirit embryo realm, 5 to 6 9th level spirit embryo realm, and even a three-eyed god corpse with a perfected spirit embryo. His blood essence and energy were extremely rich. The two sides are still fighting anyway. Let's find a place to refine it. Lu Ming rushed into a small room and entered the mountain and river diagram. He focused all his energy on refining the energy that he had devoured. Roar! Not long after, the 9 dragons let out a long roar. On top of the 5 golden chakra, there was one more chakra. Divine level rank 6 bloodline. The 9 dragon bloodline had finally advanced by 1 level, reaching divine level rank 6. With the advancement of the 9 dragon bloodline, the speed of refining energy had increased by several times. Boom! 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 Within his body, his true essence rumbled and was incomparably majestic. His spirit embryo was constantly being condensed and slowly shrinking. It was as if a powerful existence was being nurtured within the spirit embryo. An hour later, all the energy in his body had been refined clean. Peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Previously, his cultivation had been at the early stage of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm, Lu Ming was slightly surprised that he had not broken through to the 8th level spirit embryo realm, after devouring so many powerful three-eyed gods. On the other hand, his intent realm had some breakthroughs. Outside the mountain and river diagram, there was still a constant roar. It seemed that the battle was still going on. It's been more than an hour and they're still fighting. It seems that the Emperor God and the others have met a strong opponent. I'll go and take a look. Lu Ming carefully left the room and rushed to the center of the capital. His speed was extremely fast and he kept his aura hidden. He kept flashing in the dark, and almost no one noticed him. In the center of the capital there was a huge square. In the middle of the square, there was a stone pillar with various carvings on it. It was a totem pillar. And around the square there was an intense battle. A vast aura filled the air. 2 of the three-eyed gods were extremely burly. They were more than 10 meters tall, and the aura they emitted was almost at the spiritual god realm. The Emperor God and 2 other powerful young men teamed up to fight against a three-eyed god. A few powerful youths from the Bloodblade continent also joined forces to fight against a flashing-eyed god race. Even further out, countless three-eyed gods were attacking the other chosen. The totem pole was right in front of him, but he couldn't seize it. This is my chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The bone armor on his body transformed into another form. He took a step forward and suddenly rushed forward. Kill! One of the three-eyed gods noticed him and swung his axe at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the three-eyed god was killed. When the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Heavenly Demon Valley saw Lu Ming, they thought that he was a genius on their side and naturally did not stop him. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming killed a few three-eyed celestials in a row, and used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. His body flashed rapidly like a ray of light. He passed through many battlefields and approached the battlefield where the Emperor God and the others were fighting. He did not stop and continued to rush towards the central totem pole. Ants, you're looking for death. The three-eyed god who was fighting with Di Shan and the others was extremely powerful. The third eye on his glabella shot out a beam of light that pierced through Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and he dodged several times, retreating 100 meters to avoid the attack. What? The Emperor God and the others also looked at Lu Ming. They frowned. Lu Ming's appearance was very unfamiliar, and his aura was completely concealed. Which force did he belong to? He actually wanted to take the totem pole for himself. You want to take the totem pillar? Wishful thinking. And envious scram. The tall and sturdy three-eyed god roared, but as he did so, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There seemed to be an invisible energy pressing down on him. In this world, the three-eyed god race can't break through to the spirit god realm. He forcefully broke through to the spirit god realm, and is being suppressed by the laws of the heaven and earth. He's on the verge of death. The Emperor God let out a long roar and fought with all his might. These two three-eyed gods had forcefully entered the spiritual god realm and were suppressed by the laws, so they couldn't use their strength at all. Otherwise, no matter how talented the Emperor God and the others were, they wouldn't be a match for a spiritual god expert. They wouldn't even be able to block it. The difference between a spirit embryo and a spirit god was too great. It was difficult to surpass because people in the spirit god realm were overwhelming prodigies to begin with. I can only use the inscription scroll. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and the inscription talisman that Huan Zhan had given him appeared in his hand. As soon as he opened it, his mental energy spread out. Buzz! The inscription scroll glowed and Lu Ming's body was suddenly covered in an array. Then, his body trembled and split into Tulavir Lu Mings. There were a total of 13 Lu Ming. Of course, once he used this inscription talisman scroll, he would return to his original appearance. However, the 13 Lu Mings had the exact same appearance and body shape. Even their auras were the same. This is a good opportunity. Charge! Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a single thought, the 13 figures split up and dashed towards the totem pole at top speed. The three-eyed god race was stunned, so was the god emperor. Lu Ming, it's him! The emperor god shouted coldly. He had recognized Lu Ming. Damn it! The three-eyed god bellowed in rage. A beam of light shot out from his glabella, aiming at one of the Lu Mings. Lu Ming's figure flickered non-stop as he dodged the beams. The three-eyed god's eyes continued to shoot out beams of light, and finally, after much difficulty, they managed to hit him. That Lu Ming crumbled, but the other Tulavir continued to charge forward. Don't even think about it. The Emperor God and the others also took action, not wanting Lu Ming to take the totem pole. On the other side, the Bloodblade continent and the three-eyed god who was fighting against them also moved to stop Lu Ming. The people of the Bloodblade continent did not want Lu Ming to obtain the totem pole. However, they did not know which one was Lu Ming's real body and could only attack randomly. The remaining Tulavir Lu Ming's figures flickered continuously, avoiding the attacks and approaching the totem pole. Bang! Bang! With so many experts blocking Lu Ming, it was naturally impossible for him to avoid all of them. He was hit continuously and his body collapsed one after another. However, in the end there were still 2 bodies that managed to reach the totem pole. Ah, damn it, no. The young man from the Bloodblade continent shouted madly. The eyes of the Divine Emperor and the others glowed. They were not too excited. No matter what, Lu Ming was from the East Baron. If he seized the totem pole, he could help the East Baron to open the ancient city of Providence. As for the fate value, he could just snatch it from the ancient city of Providence. When they thought of this, they didn't make a move. The appearance of the ancient city of Providence. Rise! Oh! The two figures of Lu Ming hugged the totem pole at the same time and roared. With a loud boom, the totem pole was pulled out by Lu Ming. The moment he did so, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Lu Ming. The attacks from all directions were blocked by the light beam. At this moment, the three-eyed god race, the Divine Emperor, and the others did not attack Lu Ming. No! The paragons of the Bloodblade continent let out indignant roars and attacked Lu Ming frantically. Unfortunately, no matter how they attacked, they were blocked by the light. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh! Oh! At this moment, pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped the youths of the Bloodblade continent. Then, as they roared unwillingly, the geniuses of the Bloodblade continent all disappeared on the spot with a flash. It was obvious that they had failed and were teleported out. Boom! At this moment, the totem pole in Lu Ming's hands trembled violently. It flickered with light and then flew into the sky. Then, Lu Ming realized that another totem pole in his storage ring had flown out of the storage ring by itself and into the sky. Totem pillars also flew out of the Emperor God's and the others' storage rings. The most shocking one was the Emperor God. Two of them flew out of his storage ring at the same time. A few million miles away from the capital, a fatty was carrying a huge axe. Beside him was a beautiful woman. The two of them were casually walking in the sky. They were Fatty Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting. Suddenly, the fatty's face changed. A totem pillar flew out of his storage ring. The totem pillar glowed and pierced through the space, flying into the distance. The next moment, Fatty reacted and let out a shrill cry. Ah, my totem pole! The totem pillar that he had obtained with great difficulty had actually flown away by itself. He immediately flew in the direction of the totem pillar. Boom! 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 The sky above the imperial city trembled as the totem pillars started to gather. Soon, all 10 of them had gathered together and formed a strange array in the sky. At this moment, the battle in the capital stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. Boom! The totem pillars gathered together, and a bright light shot up into the sky. The space was torn apart by the light, and a huge hole appeared. From the inside, a huge ancient city could be seen. In the eastern wilderness, the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Talisman Amulet sect had all gathered at their respective ancient teleportation portals, which were the entrances to the Battle of Providence. The Talisman Amulet sect by Shurjin Du Songjue and the other senior members, as well as some powerful elders, were all gathered in the area near the ancient stone. The 1-year deadline is about to arrive. I wonder if the ancient city of Providence will be able to open this time. Du Songjue sighed. It wasn't easy to open the ancient city of Providence, and most of the battles for Providence in the past hadn't even been able to open it. The number of times it could be opened was in the minority. I hope it can be opened. However, once it's opened, my Talisman Amulet sect's disciples will be in danger. By Shurjin's side. The other elders also sighed. They were conflicted. After the opening of the ancient city of Providence, it would be the final battle. This was an opportunity for the Talisman sect disciples, but it was also very dangerous. Without strength, they would only be killed by others. At the same time, they thought of Lu Ming. They wanted Lu Ming to be the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, but they knew that it was too difficult. Most importantly, Lu Ming had too little time. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength could only compete with those at the bottom of the 100. However, the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all more powerful than the last. It would be too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up with them in a year. After all, he would improve and so would the other geniuses. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the stone began to shake and emit a bright light. It's activated. The teleportation formation has been activated, which means that the ancient city of Providence has been activated. Baishurjin and the others were overjoyed. Let's go. We'll enter the ancient city of Providence, Du Songjua shouted. Everyone stepped forward and entered the teleportation array. At the same time, in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, there was also an ancient stone that was glowing. The higher-ups of the three parties stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. In the eastern barren land, above a barren mountain, a shocking roar suddenly came from the endless void. Wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Suddenly the endless void cracked, and a huge spatial crack appeared. Then an ancient city emerged from it. This ancient city was more than 10,000 miles in length and width. In the middle of the city there was a huge fighting stage. The fighting stage was made of a strange metal with strange patterns on it. Around the fighting ring there were rows of seats in the shape of a ring. It was like a coliseum. Sitting on the seats, one could look down and see everything happening in the fighting ring. There was no grandstand on the north side of the battle stage. Instead, there was a long flight of stairs that extended from the bottom to the battle stage. Suddenly, four black vortexes appeared in the sky above the stands, from which many figures emerged. In one of the vortexes Baishurjin Du Songjua and the other patriarchs of the symbol puppet sect appeared. On the right side of the talisman amulet sect, silhouettes filled with corpse chi and ghostly chi appeared. They were the higher-ups of the heavenly corpse sect, all of whom were extremely powerful. In particular, there was a tall figure among them. He was shrouded in endless corpse chi, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. His aura was not strong, but it gave people a huge pressure. The corpse emperor of the Sky Corpse sect. Upon seeing this figure, Baishurjin and the others' pupils contracted and they became extremely solemn. The Sky Corpse sect's corpse emperor was a sovereign path expert, on par with Martial Emperor D. They were renowned throughout the Eastern Barren territory. This time, even the corpse emperor had appeared, which showed how important this battle of Providence was. Fortunately, the ancient city of Kismet was similar to the entrance to the Battle of Kismet. There was a powerful suppression, and the older one was, the stronger the suppression. Even Imperial Dao experts would be greatly suppressed here, and they wouldn't be able to display much of their battle prowess. That was why they weren't too worried. If they were outside, the zombie emperor could kill them all by himself. On the right side of the Heavenly Corpse sect, another group of people also appeared. They were from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans were all here. There were also a few other people who exuded a similarly imposing aura. Clearly, they were characters on the same level as the clan heads of the 6 great clans. The supremes of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were not limited to the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans. However, the gazes of Baishurjin and the others directly skipped over them and landed on a middle-aged man in a purple and gold robe. Martial Emperor De. Baishurjin and the others were shocked. Martial Emperor De had come in person. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.